어떻게 따든 등이건 아닌데 얘 다이브 걸라 다냐 라긴다 그 긴거 내게 다니 기초보 내게 다니 알다들 니잠 이렇게 하여튼 너가 후티 네가 내린 이렇게 wal라다들 니잠 우아다 디온데 이좀 고아가 되기고 알라티 데데티 온테 달리키 하이 누구든 키다 고좀 아이선데 맞지
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you for your comments and questions. There's going to be basically two levels of protection in terms of the water quality and the issues that you were talking about. The first is at the mine site itself, where we monitor the water quality that we're discharging, right? And there's all kinds of checks and balances in the water license that make sure that the water we're discharging is safe. But to make sure that it's safe, we'll have what Patty and I have already been discussing is the aquatic effects monitoring plan, where we go out and we look at water quality and sediment and benthic invertebrates, little insects that live at the bottom of the lake, and fish health. And we were just talking about cultural use criteria, right? Being blended with Western science in terms of what's important to you out in the environment. What are you seeing versus what our Western science is telling us, where we're looking downstream of the project, looking at water quality and looking at all the potential effects of the effluent on the river system as a whole. And then you marry that with cultural use criteria, where people are saying, okay, well, we think the moose are avoiding the river because they don't want to drink the water, or whatever, whatever it ends up being. But there's, like I said, there's two levels, and the aquatic effects monitoring program is going to be a document where we have a lot of participation from Tlicho people and the Tlicho government in terms of helping us actually go out and gather the data, interpretation of the data, and the submission of the reports, so that there's a good back and forth all the time between us and the Tlicho people and whoever else is involved, to make sure that people have a good understanding of the potential effects of the mine, especially when it relates to water. And as we've always, we're trying to get to the objective here of marrying Western science with cultural criteria. I think that's a really good place for it, is in the aquatic effects monitoring plan. So I think, with the levels of protection we have at the mine site and the monitoring we're doing downstream, that we can address those concerns and be sure that the mine is not having an effect on the environment downstream of it. Masi.
Tlicho government.
I can speak English. It's okay, but I rather prefer to speak my own language. But I'm glad that I'm here, even though there was another meeting that Joseph and I were supposed to be at. But that's okay. This is important, because there's something else, something I want to say about language. My one got dizzy, not no who what that deal that you took on the. She be took on that deal. It's a year what the to say air the has such not to do. A quarter cannot try to such a. That's in the teachers not go to has a tune, has a deal with lots of that. Deep because the home so cozy. So cozy got me asking God to have good deal. It did or that has a tune. That when you that go outside, you walk in wood, I get out. But that's a tears one, the gun now would what that's a letter. And you what or Johnny saying down. I cross it here, the high dinner, the ye since I got this idea. That's a garment, get you out lots of daddy dude. I did that for this idea. How the flesh out lots of daddy do. I see as I had the other day. Oh, could he? There's just a land. 可真啥给还得钱我那块的，那是那这点我会记了的，那是也是啊，现在个干了这到的在上的，这钱了那这的，还在钱的，你说国内这些买过，我这这也是地的了，也国内这些还是买的肉给这肉我这当的，你说是国内这些。PHP 的我他要考那个这个下拉这当的，他的课，也是他下拉这当的节省的，课买我的各种的在大里后，各种的话那个听的，他那会他听话，他这是话当的，各种的各学的，各种的在大里，俺们我知道下去在那里，听好我咋看的。但是我讲到这到了，或许他听我的这种，也听年就我会了的，嘛个小老师他估计的，底下你练的那是样的，也就是练习是那这练习，还是我专业听的70多的，就是70这样长的，这那个电视的，我给这说我会记了的，那他听好我咋看的，这看的。这我个电视有介绍是这货，一说这他那看的，我想拉当大行的，我想拉当的，那一样的。你说地上还是那的，快递个那个买个了给掉的，但是我想拉当啊，现在我是我那个我这样的，有 reputation 的是什的，但是这个想拉当的。你的，那是个想拉到的，一年你什么叫那个啊的，那3年的了，那可哈你了的，我会记了的，那这里也是挺好，我的在聚会边上人家放的，上班这的是个咱那个的在聚会边，一直从我这的，那个想拉到的那是样的，他你的人是他家的，那可的。往那是打上你了的，其还是在晃的，那他这在边的，那他也多就是，现在在我是还给还是还在我这也给他给抽也给他给抽的，他给抽啊，还你这是学校那这领的，还我说我天天是学校来的你地生来的，我天天给学校来的，这地下有那你给的那课程的大概几啊？他你要来到的，可以这样的，而且还吃下的新的货，跟这个拉到那里，也要拉这种，才下了这的，也是的他，也是他这个我那在的，真的是我搞这样的，现在是他这样，我咋一的，我可能那到这样的，我说你忘了嘞，也不是看到看到那这家伙手搞这样的，还光光的。对，手看到这个的手里啊听，你还是说要买过了，还是那个听说我给这人，我到提着听，我到对着听听，还是我给这人，你还是我是真的，真的真的，可能他给听了，别这当的，跟你讲在这里，那是前面给还是还新的话给，学些话，干好我的，我说的还是的。他找到这一点，还是说正在学习，还是说他找到这一点的，不要点的，他给这个这点，各种这点的，他想了这大是这样的，当你的那人生的，一个个和这里真的了，现在光是这样的，是这样的，是说啥好的，Thank you。
Fortune Minerals,
Mr. Chairman, Violet Council Blondin, Manager Lands Regulatory Department, Tlicho Government. I have two other, an elder and a youth that also wants to ask question of Fortune Mineral. Joseph Musno and Sean Musno as well.
I'll just give Fortune Minerals Chance to respond. Who first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I just wanted to say thank you to Joe for his comments. I know that he's sincere. I've known Joe for a long time, and he really means what he says in terms of us wanting to work together. One thing that I've noticed, because I'm so old, is that the Tlicho government itself has changed so much. It's grown so much from my initial contacts with the Tlicho government. It used to be a small organization. Now you guys are huge. You've got people all over the place. There's all kinds of different ways to communicate with the Tlicho government now. So, you know, currently I'm in discussions with the Planning and Partnerships Division to work together for a participation agreement with the Tlicho government. And we're moving ahead with that, right? And so, and there's a lot of other discussions going on as well. So I see no issues in working together with the Tlicho government, because you actually have way more tools available to you now than you ever did in terms of people and resources. So it makes our job a lot easier, because we've got a whole bunch of different specialists we can interact with on water quality or agricultural use criteria or whatever. There's, you know, there's all, you guys have the resources available to make it easy for us to communicate different aspects to it. So I see nothing but, you know, a bright future in terms of moving forward and communicating together, because the two groups want it, and when we have the resources to do it. Masi.
Tlicho government.
Masine, Joseph Musson, we who this and a good negative in the Sakai get this and give a this and got a last one there. Last in the it's in who was in last and with daddy with daddy hunting. It's on the need and this is like a dancing. He's indeed singing the one goes down there. And he now who this thing that was on there. How much on finish the gate? What at housing the good does look at season. Did in how wishing like the good content. And it's on ink Saturn who can I win a care who, how can I would there? That's a good day. They did the God can good and get the good hint. The good thing who gets season is down there. The good some goons you can lay down there. It's on. Again, Nana who's a deal on the Boo Hayat Hill at Dania and what's holding there. Katsiana good lalizon, telling what I give you in down there. Good hints in the good things we get as you want it's on a key foot high horse, and that's like a good king is down the phone. Go here, season level, yeah, mine as on the same day. There, I can use on beach, on the good things who gets on there. Then that and couldn't get a hot Latin dinner. What's on Spanish in Duatin is in a lot and give words on there. Etlessing. Honey, what gets as on the zone. A easy cut sensing and the water had this at Hunison. The Anigun, a good Nick and go one lesson. This is what out that's in one hill as a dozen want. It's on then in the down I get now none of Hudina, enough and Eddie, yes, you will listen that la. It's now in the nice there. Hudson get a lot done, yes, as want you, not Indian, because that last year, no, they won't get a dozen as a Whatì. And you eat, he cannot get this in a done ticket, and I guess, yes, and yet there's easy no, they won't get a down to the honey, so I said, I can't put how can I would eat. Please say good day. In the none of who go Whatì. So good say, what's I can live, what's I can live on the it's on. Again, na ke hu ta hu we can now good day. This is when got simple na good day has it in there. This is the function I see then. It's on say the on say the good news on what is on this is say he las da de fond na. It's on the good on doing not so my like in the that I get quilla ni hote na. Wantan ka go hin da so ha ta svetiane a shazon ke gedi ke zon. It's queen a gate this. 아니 샤즈하게 통되나 통산이 와와 통계선 자타게 그는 좀 야네진 그인데 아네진 홍우데 인다사카 디가 신야세 디네서 아니 호디 on 세준세 그신 니진 아시우데지 레슨 아시우데지 라데 다니 몽나 그인데 아시하자데 니진 알레스니서 이신 아멘 굿데신 틀서 공가 아미 유하게 티호 다니오해 하인 티레데 같은 일이나 그 대안이냐 대안 새끼 다그데 니지오데 온다 하인 수나이신 거나 마시
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you for your comments. And we agree that, we need to have regular meetings in terms of giving updates on the project. How we do that is, there's a variety of different ways. I've always had good success at the annual gatherings in terms of bringing people up to speed on the project, simply because there's members of all 4 communities all in one place at the annual gathering. So maybe that's one area where we could have a regular meeting at the annual gathering just to update people on the project, because there's so many people from all the communities there. I also want to remind everybody about measure number 12 from the environmental assessment approval, which requires Fortune Minerals to sponsor a culture camp on Hislop Lake. That's, we're got to fund traditional knowledge, research, education, and traditional land use activities from this culture camp on Hislop Lake. That's another opportunity to provide updates on the project, and we could use that as a platform for the cultural use criteria, because we have to have the camp on Hislop Lake. I mean, it's a good place to start. It's upstream of the project. And so I'm certain that we can build on that and make sure that we use the full potential of that camp for what we want to do in terms of TK and the cultural use criteria. I think that's a good platform to start from. So that's just a couple of ideas on how we could move things forward in terms of communicating on a regular basis. Thank you.
Tlicho Government.
Commodore Sean Moosnows, Tlicho Government. Quick question regarding garbage and waste. Just wondering where the sewer and the waste rock and the garbage would be disposed of on the property side. I didn't see that in the pamphlet. Thank you.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Okay, you've named a variety of different wastes. The waste rock and tailings are going to be co-disposed, put together in the co-disposal facility, the CDF. The reason for that is that the tailings are inert in that they don't, if you push water through them, they don't produce any metals. Some of the waste rock does. And so what we do is we surround the waste rock with tailings so that no oxygen or water gets to it. And that's how we prevent contamination. For other types of waste, for the camp, there'll be a sewage treatment plant, right? Just like there is at Divik and Snap and everywhere else. There's a sewage treatment plant that'll treat the sewage. That'll be disposed of we'll combine the outflow from the effluent treatment plant and the sewage treatment plant into one outflow that will go into Peanut Lake. It doesn't make any sense to have 2 points of discharge. So we'll combine those two together and those will be monitored. The third type of waste is things like, well, there'll be food waste, right? Which will be incinerated. And then other types of waste will be, there'll be a triage, right? Plastic, metal, concrete, and those will go in different locations. A lot of it be, now you got to remember, we have the benefit of having a road. So some of the inert waste will be put into a landfill, like concrete and stuff, but other stuff like plastic, those will be recycled and shipped off site. Right, so but there'll be a waste triage area, and we'll do the triage there, and different types of waste will have different types of locations, and that's all going to be in the waste management plan. There'll be a specific plan dedicated to how we deal with waste throughout the mine life. So I hope that answers your question, Whatì.
Tlicho, government.
Whatì, Mr. Chairman, for allowing our elders to ask the question of Fortune Mineral. That concludes our question from the elders. Whatì.
Tlicho. We'll now move on to YKDFN for their questions.
Thank you for your Matthew Taylor, Regulatory Specialist, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. So thank you very much, Fortune, for your presentation this morning. So in the second part of the presentation, there's a summary of interventions and your responses to them. Can I ask why in that summary that Fortune just presented, Fortune has failed to discuss addressing concerns with engagement and consultation, which are discussed in both the Yellowknives Dene First Nation and the North Slave Métis Alliance interventions?
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We assumed that portion of the discussion would come up in your question period. We had to make a choice in terms of, for the sake of time, what we presented in our intervention section. So we had to make a choice in terms of what we left out, because we assumed that would become part of the conversation anyway, which it has and now has. But it was simply for time's sake, because we were only given a 30-minute time period. Thank you.
YKDFN.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Schreier. Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Well, thank you for your response. I understand that there's time concerns. And yeah, there's a limited amount of time. However, I'd like to emphasize that engagement and consultation is obviously very, very important to both the Yellowknives Dene First Nation and the North Slave Métis Alliance, as detailed in our interventions, but I'm obviously speaking on behalf of the Yellowknives Dene First Nation. I guess I'll move on to the next question. I'm not super satisfied with your answer, but it is what it is. So the second question I have, can you speak to your failure to answer those concerns about engagement and consultation in our intervention letter that you presented in your intervention letter, where there was no time constraints?
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We're just trying to verify our response here and make sure we're not contradicting ourselves. But Overall, I mean, we have had limited, I agree that we've had limited discussions with the YKDFN concerning the project. A lot of that had to do with financial capacity of the project. But overall, moving forward, and there's nothing I can do about the past. But in terms of moving forward, if you want to have more in-depth discussions and bring us your concerns or comments on the project, it's never too late. We don't need to have it in this platform. We can have it under a different venue. But if you want to get together with your membership and meet with Fortune Minerals in future capacity, we'd be certainly happy to sit down and address whatever concerns you have and see if we can work to a common goal. So I'll leave it to you to pick a time and place, but we're certainly open to having discussions to try to move things forward and address your concerns. Masi.
This is just another reminder to all parties to just speak slowly and remember we have interpreters. YKDFN.
Thank you very much for your answer there again, Dr. Schreier. Yes, that does address. We acknowledge that you can't change the past, right? So we do appreciate your commitment to engagement going forward, and that was one of my other questions as well. But I will get to that a little bit later. So I would like to emphasize, despite the inability to change the past, I suppose. So in our presentation, which you'll see later, and in the intervention letter, caribou and downstream effects are really, really big concerns for us as YKDFN, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. I will note that, and this is coming from our intervention letter, based on your engagement record, that between August 16th, 2024 and November 24th, 2025, you only met with YKDFN once. We do acknowledge that additional efforts may have been made to contact staff and meet with Yellowknives Dene First Nation during that time, but may not have been responded to during that time due to staff turnover, again, capacity issues on our end as well. So there are historical levels of engagement and consultation. Again, you can't change the past, but this has been going on for over a decade. Traditional knowledge is a big, important concern of ours as well. So that caribou migration and downstream effects we find to be quite low-hanging fruits that could have been addressed a long time ago, but the past is the past. However, your engagement plan notes that traditional knowledge research primarily took place at the Hislop Cultural Camp, suggesting that only the Tlicho were consulted on traditional knowledge. And I'm glad you brought up that cultural camp. You mentioned it's upstream of the project. However, obviously, Yellowknife and the Yellowknives Dene First Nation are downstream of the project. So we feel that's a potential gap there in addressing downstream knowledge. So to date, we don't see any evidence demonstrating that YKDFN has been meaningfully consulted with respect to traditional knowledge by Fortune. And furthermore, no information has been provided regarding potential capacity or accommodation measures for anticipated impacts to Chief Dragi's territory, which is the territory of the Yellowknives Dene, and the exercise of YKDFN rights. Thank you.
YKDFN, can you state your name for the record?
Sorry, Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I agree with you that, looking back, we can't change the past, but we can move forward and looking at the future. One point of participation that you'll have, you did participate in the environmental assessment, and you did participate, I think, in the first issuance of the water license. But regardless, looking at downstream effects, the aquatic effects monitoring plan will be open to public review, and you will have a chance to voice your concerns in terms of how we are monitoring issues downstream of the project. It's not just upstream. The focus of the AEMP is downstream of the project. So you'll have a chance to fully participate in the development of the aquatic effects monitoring program and, things like the wildlife management program. Again, that's open to public review. You're allowed to, we welcome any and all comments on the wildlife plans in terms of how we plan on monitoring caribou, moose, whatever else is in the area. But again, I open the door. If you want to have a sit-down discussion with Fortune Minerals about this or any other topics, we're willing to sit down with you and your membership. The last time we met with you, there was only 1 or 2 individuals that were in the room. I'm hoping to have a broader group next time that we can sit down and discuss things with. So I leave it to you to try to come up with if we can come up with a time and place where we can have that discussion prior to. We're going to be working on things like the wildlife management plan and the aquatic effects monitoring plan, especially the aquatic effects monitoring plan, fairly soon, because it's going to be a license requirement to submit it quite quickly after the water license is issued. 90 days after. Okay, so 90 days after, we have to submit the AEMP. So I guess that's our timeline, is once the license is issued, we have 90 days to submit the AEMP. So if we want to have discussions on potential downstream effect monitoring, we should have it in that window. So if you could make yourselves available to that, I'd be willing to come up and sit down and go through it all with you. Just let me know. Masi.
YKDFN.
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Thank you very much for your response there again. Yeah, that pretty much addresses that concern we had. So the last question I have for you. So you've said multiple times that you're willing to engage with us and meet with Yellowknives Dene First Nation, both staff and membership. I just wanted to emphasize and state for the record that on our terms, is that possible? So can Fortune commit to meaningful engagement with Yellowknives Dene First Nation on our terms as Yellowknives Dene First Nation going forward, including on topics such as traditional knowledge, impact mitigation, and impact benefit agreements? Masi.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'll be honest, the participation agreement I don't think is in the cards. But certainly in terms of moving forward on, well, I'll take a step back. In terms of employment and small business opportunities, we already have obligations to the YKDFN and other Indigenous groups and Northern groups through the socioeconomic agreement we signed with the government of the Northwest Territories. Our commitments there are laid out quite specifically in terms of our obligations to hire Northerners, like I said, either individually or through their small businesses. So a lot of the participation agreement aspects are covered through the socioeconomic agreement. In terms of meeting, like I said, I've already made the commitment to meet with you. In terms of the specifics of that meeting, well, I think we'll have to work that out in terms of what we cover specifically. But in terms of your inputs into our various monitoring plans and how we develop them and how we implement them, certainly I would welcome your input. So I think we'll leave it at that, and we can have those further discussions down the road. Thank you.
YKDFN.
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Thank you again for your response, Dr. Schreier. We would just also like to note that Yellowknives Dene First Nation acknowledges that the mine itself, the proposed mine, is on Tlicho land. So naturally, the Tlicho will have a lot more of the say and receive a lot more of the benefits from said mine than the Yellowknives Dene First Nation. So we do appreciate that even though we are a small but important intervener here on the downstream end, we appreciate your commitment to engagement. Masi.
Tlicho, Whatì, fan. Now's the time for NSMA to ask questions. Is there anybody online? We'll move on. I would like to invite DFO to ask their questions to Fortune Mineral.
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. We have no questions, Masi.
Tlicho, DFO. I will now ask ECCC if they have any questions for Fortune Minerals.
Hi, everyone. Megan Tobin, Environment and Climate Change Canada. So I just have one question, and it is a follow-up from our intervention. So on our intervention comment number 2, we had recommended that S&P monitoring in Peanut Lake start alongside any discharge into Peanut Lake, including the sewage effluent discharge. And in response, Fortune had referenced the existing S&P monitoring requirements in the license. So my question, I guess, is a point of clarification. The S&P stations for Peanut Lake don't explicitly include the sewage effluent discharge, but is it Fortune's interpretation that Peanut Lake S&P monitoring, so that's 13, 14, and 15, will begin during construction once sewage effluent discharge begins? Thank you.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I can confirm that we will be monitoring the discharge of the STP. Because it's a discharge, we have to. So there's not really a lot of choice in the matter. We will be monitoring that once the STP discharge starts.
ECCC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Megan Tobin, Environment and Climate Change Canada. That was my only question, so thank you.
Tlicho, ECCC. I'll now invite GNWT, ECC to ask their questions to Fortune Minerals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Walburn, GNWT. I have a question, then we have a few questions from in the room and online. So there was mention from Fortune Minerals regarding a water license performance report. I was just wondering if they could expand on that a little. I know we usually look at things like surveillance network program results and aquatic effects monitoring program and waste rock seepage results and things of that nature to monitor performance of different aspects of the mine. So outside of that, I'm just trying to understand what specifically a water license performance report might look like, or if it's just more conceptual at this time. Thank you.
Fortune Minerals.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Fortune is still in the early stages of considering what a water license performance report could look like for this project. But generally, we would expect that it would include a general review of all water license conditions to confirm that they are functioning as expected. Fortune would also be willing to take a commitment from this hearing to support with drafting a water license condition for what would be included in that water license performance report. Marcy.
GNWT.
I was trying to make eyes with you, Rick, but I can't see because the sun is behind you. So
You were
I
do- you
just
were doing
wanted
a
to
good-
check that that was undertaking number one from Fortune, if that's what was being requested.
Rick Walburn, GNWT, yes, you were making eyes with me and I did notice. I wasn't specifically asking for that, but it sounds like it was volunteered by Fortune to provide that, so that's fine, that would be helpful. I was more trying to get an understanding of what they're doing, so I think that would be a helpful undertaking if it's being put forward.
Thanks. We'll record that as undertaking number one. Masi.
GNWT.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Walburn, GNWT. I now pass it over to Drew Stavinga for some questions here in the room. Thank you.
Hello, Drew Stavinga, Arcus Solution as a technical consultant for GNWT. I have a few questions related to the topic of financial security for the mine site. So Fortune has proposed a security estimate for the mine, and within that security estimate, they propose a net present value or discounting approach to discount future post-closure monitoring costs. So the cost to monitor the mine about 20 years or so after end of operations. These monitoring costs, as currently estimated, represent current day dollars, so the cost of monitoring as it would be today. And those costs have a discount rate or net present value rate applied to them that's been selected as about 4%. What is the basis of this selected discount rate? Is it an assumed rate of return or interest amount that a security can accrue over time if invested? And does it incorporate future inflation?
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm going to let one of my team members respond to this. Robin, are you online?
Robin Van Hislop. Yes, I can take this. Okay. Thank you. So Robin Van Hislop, WSP, supporting Fortune Minerals. The discount rate that Fortune has put forward accounts for the future difference between the investment rate of interest and the rate of general price inflation. So previously accepted security calculations used a 3% discounting rate for post-closure monitoring from years 21 to 100, but did not have a supporting rationale. In the absence of GNWT specific guidance, Fortune has used the rate prescribed by British Columbia's Major Mine Reclamation Liability Cost Estimate Guide. So the rate, we're open to discussion on if GNWT has a recommendation for it. But it does take into account the difference between investment interest and general price inflation.
GNWT.
Drew Dominga, consultant on behalf of GNWT. So you've used the BC guidance rate. Is there a particular basis or reason for why this rate was why this guide was selected and why it may be considered applicable to the NICO mine site in the Northwest Territories?
Fortune Minerals.
Robin Van Hislop, WSP, supporting Fortune. Yes. So well derived from the BC guidance, the underlying rationale representing the time value of money in real terms for long duration closure and post-closure obligations is broadly applicable to Canadian mine closure liabilities. So long-term inflation trends in British Columbia and the Northwest Territories are generally influenced by the same national economic factors and are not expected to differ materially for the purpose of long-range closure liability estimation. And so the 4% real discount rate proposed is considered reasonable for application to the NICO site and the Northwest Territories as a broadly applicable discount rate.
GNWT.
Drew Dominga on behalf of GNWT. Is there a particular reason why BC guidance was chosen over any other particular guidance that may be out there, or policy or typical procedure used in other provinces or territories in Canada or elsewhere?
Yes, the BC guidance is the most comprehensive and most similar to the previously approved discount rate that was used last time the board looked at this.
GNWT.
Drew Dominga on behalf of GNWT. Thanks. I think I'll move on to the application of inflation. So future inflation over time will generally result in monitoring costs being higher than the current day cost in the estimate. Is the security, discounted security, which is based on the current day costs, which is considered to include both the discounting based on the assumed accumulation of interest over time from that security once invested, and potential future inflation occurring over time in the long term. Will this security be enough to cover those costs of monitoring in the future based on the assumed future projected inflation and future projected accrual of interest from the investment of that discounted security?
Fortune.
Robin Van Hislop, WSP, supporting Fortune Minerals. Yes, the amount that Fortune has proposed for the full closure scope is appropriate. And Fortune has proposed milestones to update the total security amount based on the status of the project to the current value of money when the milestones for update are reached.
GNWT.
Interesting for GNWT. Are these the project phasing milestones that are proposed to occur, being the prior construction and then shortly before or after or before construction of the CDF forever milestones and then further later on?
Fortune.
Robin Van Hislop, WSP, supporting Fortune. Yes, the phasing represents the milestones.
Just doing it for GMT with this. So these securities with the phasing, they would also be based on today's estimated value, representing current day dollars for those future costs. And thus they wouldn't really reflect inflation at that future point in time. Regular updates could keep these of security could keep these costs current to that point in time. But I guess I'll want to really ask if the real discount rate projects too high of an expected interest yield that may actually occur, or if the actual inflation then is higher than projected, that would the security in that case be undervalued?
Fortune.
Robin Van Hislop, WSP, supporting Fortune. I can't really answer your question about what inflation will do in the future and what interest rates will be in the future. So in that spirit, Fortune has put forward the best rate that we can point to with any sort of guidance.
GNWT.
Drew Savinga on behalf of the GNWT. So presently the approach proposed is applying the discount rate, which is basically the projected discount or interest yield minus the projected future inflation, which is then representing the net kind of real interest or discount rate. If this is applied on an annual basis, or if you apply first by inflating the costs annually every year by a projected inflation amount and then discounting back based on that projected discount rate, would you get the same general cost, or would one be kind of higher or lower than the other, depending on the approach used?
Fortune.
Robin Van Hislop, WSP, supporting Fortune. Short answer, yes. Long answer, if the real discount rate, which is the difference between the nominal rate of return and expected inflation, is applied annually, then discounting the future costs using a real discount rate is equivalent to first inflating the costs and then discounting. And we should note that we are only talking about applying discounting to costs from year 21 after post-closure through to year 100. And that discounting only starts as of year 21 through 100 post-closure. We are not suggesting that discounting should be applied immediately. This is only 21 years after post-closure that this discounting is applied to any value.
GNWT.
Drew Stimming on behalf of GNWT. I think I'll move on to a different subtopic regarding or away from net present value for now, and to the topic of the expert panels. Previously, it was mentioned or talked about that for the wetlands, the studies to kind of support their design and construction will generally take up the first half of the mine's operating life. So I wanted to ask, in a situation where the mine or company may default some point during this early mine life period, what kind of level of engagement would still be required of the expert panels to continue to advance those wetland studies and designs such that they can be built and treat the water of the partially developed CDF should the GNWT become responsible for reclaiming the site at that point? Thanks.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I can handle this one, Robin. Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer because there's so many variables in terms of when it happens and how much the CDF is built and where we are in the development of the pilot scale versus demonstration scale wetlands. You would obviously need the participation of the expert review panel in order to move that forward. You'd probably, if you're only dealing with early stages, you'd be dealing with a really small CDF. So you'd only be building a small wetland treatment system just because of the scale. The scale would be so tremendously smaller. So I would see, there would be involvement of the expert review panel. You would still need to go through the pilot, demonstration scale, and final scale development, but it would be at a much reduced size and scale simply because you're dealing with you'd be dealing with maybe a quarter of the CDF if you're looking at year 5 or 6 of operations and the mine closed down for whatever reason. I still see a lot of that though as an operational cost, because you're still going to be working towards those, because that as we just discussed with the Tlicho government, that's going to have to happen early in the mine life. So I think a lot of this work will have already been done or be ongoing as part of operations. So I think we should put some costs into the closure plan, but not a huge amount, simply because I see it as an operational cost, not a closure cost. Thank you.
GNWT.
Lee Ross, GNWT. Thank you for that response. We'll consider that response in maybe our closing arguments and how we look at that. We do have some questions from other consultants, but noting the time, I see a nod from Mr. Chair, so maybe it's lunchtime.
Check. Message show for GBT. The time is 12:10. We will break for lunch, and please be back for 1:10, and we'll continue questions from GNWT. Message show. And please let our elders get their food first, as is tradition. Message show.
No. Man, I wish there were. You see the light's not on.
This is a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. All right. Welcome back to the hearing, everybody. We'll continue on with questioning from GNWT. So I'll turn it over to GNWT to continue your questions.
Hello, Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Based on Fortune's response to GNWT's intervention number 1, it is our understanding that the baseline summary report that is to be submitted 6 months prior to the commencement of construction is to contain appropriate power analysis to justify that the baseline data set and monitoring plan is sufficient to ensure that substantial alteration of the receiving environment does not occur. If the analysis demonstrates that the baseline data set, including what Fortune has committed to collecting in year -1, does not provide sufficient statistical power to detect changes and trigger implementation of mitigations prior to substantial alteration of the receiving environment. How does Fortune propose to address this limitation, given baseline conditions are expected to change as construction progresses?
Fortune Minerals.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. The proposed approach for the power analysis and the statistical analysis for the baseline data set is to collect 1 additional year of water quality data. So 4 seasons of sampling in year -1 leading up to mine construction. The statistical analyses will be designed such that Fortune will be able to identify if there is a significant difference between the older data set collected up to 2017 and the new data set from year -1. Those differences will be acknowledged, noted, identified through the updated baseline report. But even if there has been a change related to, for example, dry conditions, the combined data set from the previous 10 years of monitoring plus the updated data will provide enough power to be able to identify change through the AEMP. Thanks.
GNWT.
Sorry, could you clarify, sorry, Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Can you clarify what you mean by enough power? How can you be confident in that without the data set?
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. So by looking at the combined data, so from the previous baseline monitoring program, which was I think around 10 years of data collection, plus the additional year of updated data, gives sufficient data across both of those timeframes to be able to set the baseline, check that conditions haven't changed significantly, and then use that baseline data set as a way to identify change through the AEMP.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. If new conditions are varied from the old ones, this presumably increases the effect size that is statistically distinguishable. Correct?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. The effect size won't just be based on the 1 year of data collected in year -1. Fortune are intending to combine the data from the previous 10 years of monitoring, plus the commitment for the updated data collected in year -1. So across that span of data collection, we would consider that there should be sufficient power in the data set to use that baseline data set to detect change.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. So if we are trying to reduce the effect size, additional data may be warranted if the year -1 indicates a divergence from previous conditions. And you want to reduce that effect size to ensure that you can distinguish between baseline and the impact of the mine.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. We understand the question. And there is a risk that the data collected from year -1 may be significantly different from the previous baseline data set. The only way to address that would be to continue additional years of baseline data collection and that will prevent further construction and development of the mine. Fortune would be locked into a position where they have to continue for years and years to collect more baseline data. So we also suggest perhaps a power analysis can be run to see if we can detect a prescribed effect size, or it can be run to determine the effect size that can be detected. So we can look at that from both ways, and until we get that additional year of data in hand to be able to do that analysis, it's hard to say at this point what the results will tell us or what the appropriate next steps would be. But at this point, Fortune can only really commit to that one additional year of baseline data to confirm that conditions have not changed and that we have an appropriate effect size for the AEMP. If not, then certainly we can discuss further next steps and actions that could be taken. Thank you.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. If additional years were to become available, if construction doesn't start on the expected schedule at this time, would Fortune be willing to collect additional baseline years?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Although we anticipate that 1 year of additional baseline data will be sufficient for baseline monitoring to support the identification of change under the AEMP, Fortune would be prepared to continue to collect data during construction before discharge commences from the effluent treatment facility, so that continued data collection could occur during construction while there's no discharge from the ETF to continue to build the baseline data set if it's needed, depending on the outcome of that initial power analysis from the first year of baseline sampling.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Thank you. We'll leave that for now. Sorry. In response to GNWT's intervention number 4, Fortune indicated that an SNP station in the northwestern embayment of NICO Lake would be considered once constructed wetlands were online. But until then, all seepage from site will be collected in water management ponds and monitored. Our concern is if liner performance is compromised or if groundwater flow paths are different than anticipated, or seepage collection ponds don't perform as anticipated, perhaps emergency spillways are employed, the effect of untreated contact water on the receiving environment would not be determined with the current monitoring program until concentrations in the middle of NICO Lake have changed. How does the current monitoring program demonstrate that it is sufficient to distinguish background or upstream water quality conditions from potential influences of uncontrolled discharges, whether via spillway releases or through seepage beneath or around diversion structures, liners, or collection ponds, given the absence of a nearshore monitoring station. And we ask this with the idea that the baseline data will be collected in year -1. And so it is important to have data for comparison purposes.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We're just checking on how many sampling stations there are in NICO Lake right now under the AEMP. Hmm? Is it 5? No, okay. Sorry, Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. So just to be clear, are you asking for, you're asking for a near shore sampling location on NICO Lake near where near, I guess, near the CDF? Is that what you're asking for?
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Yes, so in the northwest embayment, close to where the seepage ponds, spillways for ponds 1 and 3 would occur, or will be constructed.
Fortune.
No, they're talking about up here. Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. No, that's fine. We have no problem with adding a water quality station there for baseline. Keep in mind that the arsenic levels in NICO Lake are actually quite high on their own under natural conditions just because of the seepage from the ore body. So you're going to see some pretty elevated arsenic levels regardless. But anyway, we'll add the station there and we'll see what kind of chemistry we end up with. Thanks.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT. Thank you very much. Emily?
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT ECC. So my questions pertain to groundwater quality monitoring. So in our intervention in GNWT intervention recommendation 2, we had highlighted that the existing groundwater baseline data that was collected in 2004, 2009, and 2011, in which were reported in the developer's assessment report, had an inconsistent period of record. So for example, there were some locations that were only monitored once or twice. And this reduces confidence in the existing baseline to characterize variability. So we're pleased that Fortune is updating the water and wastewater management plan with the groundwater monitoring details. And could Fortune confirm that the groundwater monitoring will also be included in that year -1 baseline data set to be collected?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We plan on doing one sampling event prior to construction to update the groundwater baseline. Thank you.
GNWT.
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. Similar to the previous question on baseline, would Fortune be open to considering additional groundwater baseline data collection if construction is delayed?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. That's a tough one to answer because it depends on how much it's delayed and why. I can't answer that one right now, but it would completely depend on the timing. If the project is delayed by 10 years, then something else is horribly wrong. So yeah, I can't commit to that right now. We'll certainly look at it in the future, and certainly in the context of the first year of sampling to see what we get in terms of results, whether that warrants an additional year. But for now, I can't answer that question simply based on timing.
GNWT.
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. Thanks for that response. We'll consider that in our recommendations for the closing arguments. I have another question pertaining to groundwater. So in our intervention in GNWT recommendation 3, we had noted that it was unclear whether the groundwater model that was presented in the developer's assessment report had accounted for artesian conditions that had been documented at the exploration drill hole location 10-290, which was noted to be within the open pit, although in Appendix 7.3 of the developer's assessment report, it did also indicate that may have been in the CDF or in the code disposal facility footprint. So there was some uncertainty there. However, regardless, artesian conditions would indicate that the groundwater in that location is under sufficient confining pressure to flow upwards. And it was unclear if Fortune had considered how the loss of that confining pressure after site disturbance might modify groundwater migration pathways at or around the co-disposal facility. And also further to that, whether that had been included or considered in Fortune's groundwater modeling. So my question for Fortune is, can Fortune clarify whether the groundwater model will be updated to consider additional inputs or scenarios, such as the loss of these confining conditions, as well as other factors such as climate variance in terms of inputs and outputs, as well as the influence of discrete fractures? Thank you.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. The previous groundwater modeling plan was approved during the developer's assessment report, but regardless, I'm gonna have to talk to my consultants at WSP to get the response to that. So if you don't mind, if we could turn that into an intervention and get the full question, because it was extremely detailed and it's way above my head. So I'm gonna have to take that and consult with my groundwater modeling team and get back to you on that one.
Merci for that, Rick. So we'll take that as an undertaking, and we'd ask the GNWT team to maybe send it over to Cassandra via email or in the chat, just to make sure we've captured it correctly. And while I have the mic, just wanted to follow up on the earlier commitment, the question from the GNWT team about the SMP station in NICO Lake. Also wanted to add that it sounded like Fortune was agreeable to that, and we would typically take that as an undertaking as well. So Fortune can follow up with what that station looks like, the location, the frequency, the parameters, the typical SMP details. So we'd like to make sure that's recorded as an undertaking as well.
GNWT.
Lee Ross, GNWT. Emily, do you have any more questions or were you
I
good?
believe, oh, sorry, Emily, GNWT. I believe Christine has more questions, so I'll pass it over to her. Thanks.
Hello, Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. In response to GNWT's intervention number 5, requesting increased frequency of lake inlet and outlet AEMP stations, Fortune advocates that once per year monitoring of lake outlets during freshet is appropriate to support the needs of the AEMP. However, the Wachisi Land and Water Board's reason for decision dated June 6, 2014, stated in section 2.2.3 mixing zone considerations that with respect to the protection of water uses, the site-specific water quality objectives should be met at the outlet of Peanut Lake. Given that this is a board-defined compliance location, how does Fortune intend to demonstrate that site-specific water quality objectives are consistently met at the outlet of Peanut Lake throughout the year if the outlet is only sampled once a year during freshet?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Although monitoring at the outlet of Peanut Lake is only proposed once per year, there are 3 mixing zone stations in Peanut Lake itself, and the site-specific water quality objectives must be met at the edge of the mixing zone in Peanut Lake, downstream from effluent discharge. And so by default, if the water quality objectives are met at the mixing zone boundary in Peanut Lake, then they would also be met at the outlet of Peanut Lake. So Fortune sees additional sampling of the outlet as being a duplication of effort in that context. Thanks.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Thank you for your response. This will be my final line of questions. In Fortune's response to GNWT's number 7 intervention, they have suggested that the use of protection of aquatic life guidelines would be less sensitive than the drinking water and wildlife health guidelines applied under the water is safe to drink category. However, during the technical session, board staff Catherine Harris noted that aquatic life guidelines are typically more stringent than drinking water quality guidelines, with only a few exceptions, and that the usual approach is to apply the most conservative guideline. The reason for the differences in the 2 guidelines stems from the differences in exposure pathways. Drinking water quality guidelines are based on periodic ingestion, while aquatic life guidelines consider respiration and dietary uptake, resulting in a consistent exposure duration. Further, CCME protection of aquatic life guidelines are developed with an objective of protecting the most sensitive life stage of exposed aquatic life, including fish. In the Wachisi Land and Water Board's reason for decision from June 6, 2014, when discussing measure number 2, it is noted that the water license regulatory proceedings focus on the protection of aquatic life. While Fortune has indicated that results will be compared to aquatic life guidelines, These guidelines do not appear to be incorporated into the AEMP response framework itself. Could Fortune explain how the proposed AEMP response framework effectively prioritizes the protection of aquatic life as contemplated under measure number 2 if protection of aquatic life guidelines are not formally embedded within the AEMP framework?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune Minerals. The response framework in the AEMP is written in version 1, was developed around the key questions of the AEMP, which were derived from the EA measures and were based around, is water safe to drink, a fish safe to eat? So for that reason, the response framework was developed around guidelines for human health, drinking water, and wildlife health. However, Fortune do acknowledge that there is a discrepancy between the AEMP response framework, which focuses on drinking water guidelines and wildlife health guidelines, and the water quality objectives for Peanut Lake, which will be focused on the most conservative guidelines, and as Catherine had pointed out previously, primarily aquatic health. So for that reason, in the next round of AEMP design plan updates, I think the design plan is due to be resubmitted 90 days after water license issuance. Fortune would consider revising the response framework to incorporate aquatic life guidelines into the response framework alongside the human health and the wildlife drinking water guidelines.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Could we upgrade the consider to a commitment?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune Minerals. Yes, Fortune can take that as a commitment.
Ryan here from WLWB. Were you guys intending that to be an undertaking from Fortune, GNWT and Fortune?
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT. Yeah, that is fine as an undertaking. We'll provide the wording.
Fortune.
Berkshire Fortune Minerals, that's fine.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT. I have finished my questions. Emily?
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. I just have a couple questions about mine rock management. So in our intervention, we had asked, sorry, let me rephrase. So Fortune had noted in their intervention response to our recommendation 11 in our intervention that the geochemical characterization and management plan would include action level triggers if site-specific water quality objective exceedances occurred during the construction phase, which would trigger adaptive management activities such as the management of materials on site or changes to water treatment. So my question for Fortune is, if adaptive management is required, what is the lag time to introduce these water treatment changes? And if this change requires reagents, will those be held on site?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. As part of a previous IR response, and I think we can check, I think it was in response to IRs from the technical session, Fortune has committed to including a response framework in the water and wastewater management plan based around water quality objectives. And so I think if that commitment has already been made and that response plan will be added to the water and wastewater management plan, we don't see a need to also incorporate another response framework into the geochemical characterization plan. The intention would be that that response framework would live within the water and wastewater management plan. Thanks.
GNWT.
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. I just need a moment to consider that a little bit more with my coworkers. Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. So 90 days is insufficient if the materials are needed to actually come from the south. So can Fortune just speak to that?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, could you repeat the question? We're not exactly sure what you meant. Thank you.
GNWT.
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. Sorry, we can move on from that. I do also have a question about whether Fortune has rapid deployment options on site as well. If, say, their SCP or their seepage collection pond capacities are exceeded. If that was the case and the effluent treatment facility was not operational, do they have on site any rapid deployment options to ensure that all their water is compliant?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. This will be discussed in detail in the emergency response plan, but in summary, any exceedances like this will go into the seepage collection pond. That's what it's there for. And that's why if you look at our previous mine site design from the first water license, the seepage collection pond was much smaller. We've expanded it greatly to be able to have capacity to deal with events such as overflows or whatever else. It can all go in the seepage collection pond. That's why it's like 4 times bigger than it used to be. So we can deal with emergencies and just place all of that water in there and avoid any spillages or contamination to the environment. Thank you.
GNWT.
Emily Ham on behalf of GNWT. Thanks for that that response and that context. That concludes our questions.
Thank you, Lee Ross, GNWT. I just wanted to circle back to our first undertaking. We had requested license schedule information regarding the water quality performance report. We now note that that was provided following the tech session in IR number 24. And we can look at that in the draft license, and we don't require undertaking number one, I guess it would be. And we have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Joe, GNWT. We'll now open up questions to members of the public. Are there any members in the public who wish to ask questions to Fortune Minerals? I don't see anybody. Is there anybody online who are members of the public? I don't see any more. I don't see any questions online. And just a reminder that tomorrow from 1 to 2 p.m. there are questions. There is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions as well. So now we'll move on to board staff and legal counsel to ask their questions. I'll turn it over to the board staff.
Brianna Bam, board staff. DFO recommends proponents withdraw less than 10% instantaneous flow and noted that using mean monthly flow can mask short duration, low flow periods. Fortune has proposed limiting Marion River withdrawals for pit flooding based on mean monthly flow limits. Please confirm that EA Measure 2 with respect to Marion River and EA Measure 5 with respect to pit flooding timing can be met if DFO's withdrawal rates are used for pit flooding.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm pretty sure that calculation was made previously in one of our, during the environmental assessment. I don't have the answer off the top of my head. I think that's something I'm going to check on, but I'm pretty sure that question's already been answered and addressed in the context of the environmental assessment measure. We needed to meet those regulations. So let me check on that, and I'm hoping we can get you an answer by end of day just by checking our information requests. So let me just check into that. We'll get back to you.
Board
Brianna
staff.
Bam, board staff. Okay, thanks. We'll circle back to that one then. Thanks.
Brenda Van Howard, board staff. DFO and the Tlicho government indicated that additional supporting evidence was needed to determine whether the increased water use will have adverse effects or substantially alter water quantity in Lou Lake. As the volumes of any water use need to be included in the water license, what additional information does Fortune plan to submit to demonstrate this? Through what submission and when?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm just looking at the screen here. My guy in mission control says in Yellowknife says he can't hear the questions. I'm not sure if there's an audio problem or something, but he says he can't hear the questions. So in response to your question, we're confident that we're not going to have detrimental effects on water quality because we're well below the DFO threshold of 10%. We're at 4%. But in terms of monitoring, we definitely plan on monitoring water levels in Lou Lake to make sure that we're not having an adverse effect. And as we've mentioned previously in my presentation, we want to, sorry, I lost my train of thought. We're going to be monitoring water levels, like I said, in Lou Lake as we go. And we're confident that staying below 10% is within the DFO guideline, but it's also within the range of natural variability. So we're confident that we won't have an effect on adverse effect on fish or fish habitat in Lou Lake. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Howard, board staff, thank you for that. And can Fortune also verify that the proposed pumping rates have been considered in these increased water volumes?
Fortune.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? We didn't hear it properly.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Howard for board staff. Can Fortune verify that the proposed pumping rates have been considered in these increased water volumes?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm trying to get my hydrologist online right now so he can answer the question. So he's trying to get on Zoom right now.
Kate Sinclair, Fortune Minerals, just while Nathan's joining us here, we do have a technical memorandum on file here that I think confirms that the water withdrawal limits do account for low flow drought conditions. The memo is from Golder from August 2012, and it was titled Simulation of Pit Lake Filling with Active Pumping from the Marion River. And that's where the calculations were done to show that even under dry conditions that Fortune can stay within the 10% limit required by DFO.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Howard, board staff. Sorry, could you repeat the memo? Where is that on the record? We were wondering where we can find that. The memo you referred to.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. I can give you the title of the memo, and we can also take that away and look at whether this was submitted to the public registry. Our team in Yellowknife can look that up for us, but the title of the memo is Simulation of Pit Lake Filling with Active Pumping from the Marion River.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. It's dated August 20th, 2012.
Board staff.
Brianna Bam, sports staff. Yeah, we would take that as an undertaking maybe to provide that so we can have it on the record. And I just want to note that Fortune had indicated they'd be using I believe it was 5% mean monthly flow. So I guess board staff are wondering how that relates to DFO's 10% instantaneous flow rate.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm going to have to get my hydrologist to answer that one. Okay, I'm not going to take a stab at it. So that'll have to be an undertaking.
Hi, Ryan here. Rick, is your hydrologist available?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I've got messages from him. He says he's trying to get on Zoom, but for whatever reason he can't.
I'm here.
Oh, are you there, Nathan?
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
just,
there we go.
Just got let in. So
Okay,
yeah,
did you
Nathan
understand the question?
It would be helpful if you could restate it.
Okay. Board staff.
Rhianna Bems, board staff. So just to confirm, we're back to Marion River, that original question. That was what that memo was about. I'm seeing head nods, yes. So in its intervention, DFO noted that it recommends a withdrawal of less than 10% of instantaneous flow, and that using mean monthly flow can mask short duration low flow periods. And Fortune has proposed using a 5% of monthly mean. So it's unclear if that could potentially impact Marion River withdrawal during pit flooding, and if that would affect EA Measure 2 and EA Measure 5.
Fortune.
Yeah, Nathan Schmidt here with WSP. I mean, I would believe that the effort would be to comply with the 10% value. I think the details of this are something that would have to be worked out. The flow on the Marion River isn't very flashy because it's got Hislop Lake upstream, and so it's not a river that's going to have extreme ups and downs at short notice, that sort of thing. So there could be some predictive element to that. But I think the details of what would be worked out here would need to be worked out to ensure that it's never more than 10% instantaneous, and also to comply with the 5% of monthly, as well as the maximum of 200 liters per second, which I believe is also in that memo.
Board staff.
Rhianna Bams, board staff. So is Fortune of the view that no further supporting information is needed to confirm that the concern noted by DFO, i.e. that using the 5% mean monthly may not demonstrate short duration low flow periods? Like, is there no more information that should be provided for that?
Fortune.
So Nathan Schmidt here from WSP. My understanding is that there'll be a water management plan that is developed as part of this work as we move forwards. And again, to remember that this is part of closure, which will be quite a few years in the future. So I would imagine that the detail would be provided in a future version of the water management plan for the project.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Sorry, I just wanted to add one thing to that. If we do get into a condition way down the road where there is, we feel there's insufficient water in the Marion River, we could supplement filling of the open pit with water from Lou Lake, because the pump will already be set up. It'll all be there, ready to go, and we could supplement any flows into the open pit from Lou Lake in order to keep that pit filling going and meet the conditions of the impact, or sorry, the environmental assessment measure. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Howard, board staff. Sorry, we wanted to circle back to the first question about water use. We got a little bit confused with the Lou Lake. So the first question was about water quantity in Lou Lake. If Fortune plans to submit information to demonstrate that there will not be adverse effects or substantially altered the water quantity in Lou Lake. Yeah, how do you plan to submit? What plans do you can submit to demonstrate these? Which submissions, when? And also verify that the proposed pumping rates have been considered in these increased water volumes for Lou Lake.
Fortune.
Registrar Fortune Marshal Nathan, were you going to address this, or am I doing it?
I think that's in your domain. Thanks.
Okay. Our water withdrawal rates were based on the DFO guideline, nothing else. That's what we felt, because we were well below the 10% guideline limit that is set for the protection of fish and fish habitat, that we were well within compliance for withdrawal of water from Lou Lake. That's what we based the withdrawal rate on. Certainly we plan on monitoring Lou Lake levels as we pump, and the pumping rates themselves should be within the guideline, should be also within the guidelines. Keeping in mind, we have to have an intake. The impingement velocity on the intake needs to be 0.5 meters per second. It can't be any more than that. Again, we feel that the design of the intake and the amount of water we want to take out is within DFO guidelines, and we feel that with the monitoring in place that we should be fine. We don't really see any reason why we wouldn't be in exceedance of any of the requirements. Thank you.
Board staff.
Sorry, Catherine Harris, board staff. In regards to the aquatic effects monitoring program, what we're hearing and seeing through the interventions is that there's still a fair amount of conversation to occur. And there is a engagement still to be done regarding the TK-based monitoring within the AEMP, or the aquatic effects monitoring program. Board staff note that Fortune is not seeking approval of the sorry, I keep doing acronyms, Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program design plan at issuance, and has acknowledged revisions are required. Fortune has also indicated a commitment for completing further engagement regarding the traditional knowledge component, which is currently a gap in that design plan.
Fortune.
It's been the experience of board staff that a workshop can be a helpful approach that allows for a broader group discussion among all parties on outstanding topics or issues related to an aquatic effects monitoring program. A workshop doesn't always achieve consensus, nor does it replace engagement with individual parties. But the broader discussion generally helps all parties get a better understanding and an opportunity to collectively discuss concerns. Can Fortune indicate if they have an opinion on whether they think holding a workshop prior to resubmission of the aquatic effects monitoring design plan would be beneficial?
Fortune Minerals.
Registrar Fortune Minerals. Yeah, there's no doubt that a workshop would be beneficial. It'd probably be an online workshop, but yeah, have a workshop prior to submission of the AEMP, which is 90 days after submission or receipt of the license, would be helpful in sorting out a lot of questions that that people have, and give, we've already committed to, the YKDFN having input into the AEMP and other groups. And so I think this would be a good venue in order to meet that commitment. So yeah, if we want to have a workshop, let's do it. Thank you.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Okay. That is noted. Just to clarify in terms of the 90 days post-issuance resubmission timeline, that's been proposed and the board will need to make a determination on that. But what we've observed in our hearing is that there is further engagement required, and Baseline's monitoring report, that the commitment has been that that would be submitted with it. So given the uncertainty of the start of construction and the need for more engagement, board staff are wondering if a slightly longer timeline would make sense. And if Fortune sees any concerns with submitting the baseline report and aquatic effects monitoring program design plan together at the earlier of 12 months post-issuance or 12 months prior to construction, just to allow time for these conversations to occur.
Fortune Minerals.
Catherine, Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Catherine, can you repeat the question on the timeline? So we're just a little confused over here.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Sure. So the 90 days post-issuance really doesn't allow much time for a workshop and further dialogue and engagement to occur. So what board staff are wondering is if altering from a defined 90 days post-issuance to either, whichever comes earlier, like the condition would specify both of these, the earlier of 12 months post-issuance or 12 months prior to construction, just given the unknown in terms of the construction schedule, to try and accommodate a little flexibility, but not making the timeline too tight.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, thank you for that. I would take the 12 months post-issuance because I don't know what the construction start date is, so that's nebulous. I'm hoping that it's a year from now or something like that. But anyway, 12 months post-issuance would be our preferred choice. Thank you.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Thank you for that. So in regards to the baseline data, just to circle back on groundwater, we're just wanting a little bit of clarification because we're not unanimous on what we heard. So could Fortune please clarify whether additional baseline groundwater sampling will be completed prior to construction?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Fortune Minerals committed to one sampling event prior to construction.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Thank you for that clarification. And Fortune has also indicated that the baseline groundwater data will be provided in the water and wastewater management plan. Is that correct?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, that is correct.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Board staff just want to note that there is a schedule for the design plans that includes, it's under Schedule 5, Part F, Condition 1A in the existing license related to what are called final design reports. And that requires the relevant background information, which includes groundwater characterization. And we're just wondering, given that information would be needed to support design, just what the benefit is of providing all of the baseline data in the wastewater management plan.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We're just looking at the, what's the timing? Do you remember what the timing for the submission of that document, the final design report? We're looking at, we can't find it right now. I'm just wondering how that matches with the collection of the groundwater data.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. We believe it is 60 days prior to construction. And I guess just to clarify, we understand all parties want to see that baseline data in advance. It's just the approval can't be done twice, and there's ways to work around that. But just if that data is coming in through the waste and wastewater management plan, the water and wastewater management plan, sorry. I think we're just trying to get some clarification of exactly what you would be providing, when, if that would be complete, if additional baseline monitoring may be required in certain locations, and if so, how you would address that.
Fortune.
Rick Farrar, Fortune Minerals. I'm not exactly sure on the timelines, but it seems to me that we would submit the water and groundwater report before the final design report, because that influences the final design report, right? So however we set it up in the schedule, I think the groundwater data, whatever reported it, it has to be submitted first, and then subsequent to that, the final design report. So the final design report, I believe, is it currently 60 days prior to construction? Sorry, I get them all mixed up. There's so many of them.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, just please give us one moment.
Ryan here, I think just while board staff are conferring for Fortune and their team, Rick and your team, I think something that we're just trying to help clarify is that obviously there was dates and timelines for certain submissions in the current license that was issued many years ago. There's proposals by Fortune. There's a lot of disconnects of things that aren't clear to us to make sure that the right information comes in the right submission at the right time. And we also don't want duplication. No one wants duplication. So that's the genesis of this and some of the other questions. So just a note to everybody that none of the timelines should be considered final, because the board hasn't decided on any. We're trying to figure out that sequence of what makes most sense. So just want to provide that context.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So it depends on the structure. So there's general final design plans required for engineered structures, and those are 60 days prior. And then there's specific timelines for other engineered structures. So it depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at the CDF, there's different specific requirements around that. I think it's really just to what Ryan said, but also noting that GNWT had suggested it being put into the supplemental baseline report, and the challenge with that is that report is based on an approved study design, and it's intended to support the AEMP, which groundwater typically is not directly incorporated into. So we're not sure that would be the appropriate home for it, and we're just trying to figure out if there is an obvious or a straightforward place to put it, like Brian said, without duplicating and juggling around a million timelines.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. What I suggest here is that we do a joint undertaking with the board to re-examine all of the timelines for the reports that we have in the current water license and see if they make any sense. In terms of, what we want to deliver, and avoiding duplication. So what I suggest is that Fortune Minerals take a first stab at it and send it to the board and see if you agree with, the timelines. We'll try to respect what's in the water license right now, but maybe we got things out of order that maybe shouldn't be in the same order that they are in terms of deliverables. So is that something that you'd be amenable to?
Board staff.
Hey, Rick, Ryan here. Unfortunately not. We cannot help you on that front. And I believe this was the genesis and the purpose for the earlier information request in this proceeding. So right now we have questions and trying to identify kind of conflicts or contradictions and disconnects between information and submission. So we unfortunately aren't able to help you, but we will continue asking you some more questions today and tomorrow. And it may be helpful at the end of that to ask for an updated undertaking once we're all on the same page with what needs to go where.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So we'll move on from there. In regards to the effluent quality criteria, we just have a few sort of clarifying questions around some of them. In response to board staff comment 86, Fortune indicated that the volumes of water directed from the land farm to the effluent treatment facility would be confirmed and provided in a revised version of the water and wastewater management plan. Board staff note that the total petroleum hydrocarbons parameter is absent from the current list of effluent quality criteria for the effluent treatment facility. Can Fortune confirm if the proposed effluent quality criteria for total petroleum hydrocarbons associated with station SNP 5-2 could be applied to discharge from station SNP 2 at the effluent treatment facility?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Although, as we discussed previously, Fortune are not proposing to make notable updates through the water license renewal process to the EQC effluent quality criteria until we've been able to complete the reevaluation. But at the same time, effluent quality criteria for total petroleum hydrocarbons is standard across most northern licenses. And so Fortune doesn't have any concerns with the standard 3 milligrams per litre and 5 milligrams per litre being added to the water license through the renewal, pending further reevaluation and review, obviously, through the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So just to confirm, I understood that. Is Fortune saying to include them in the draft water license, those standard condition values now, or standard EQC values now, or don't include them until the reeval is completed and then be updated through an amendment?
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Fortune proposes to include those effluent quality criteria for total petroleum hydrocarbons now, rather than waiting for the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Thank you for that clarification. It will be incorporated into the draft water license for review. It appears that there's a discrepancy between the response to information request number 2, which indicates that copper should be added as a parameter of potential concern and effluent quality criteria should be reevaluated. And response to information request number 4, which states that copper has not been identified as a parameter of potential concern. GNWT identified in their intervention recommendation number 10 that copper should be retained as a constituent of potential concern, and that a revised site-specific water quality objective should be calculated based on the more recent federal water quality guideline. And from there, effluent quality criteria should be derived. In response to this recommendation, Fortune notes that a site-specific water quality objective was established and is included in the aquatic effects monitoring program. Board staff acknowledge that this is true, but the board never set effluent quality criteria for copper in the previous license because it was not retained as a constituent of potential concern. And as Fortune identified at the technical session, the reasons for this were unknown. Board staff note that an EQC reevaluation report has been proposed as an addition to the new license, but want to confirm that no effluent quality criteria for copper are being proposed at this time.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. There has been admittedly some confusion around copper and the history of the site-specific water quality objectives and whether it is indeed a constituent of potential concern or not for the project. We did put together a history of the site-specific water quality objectives as part of the IR response number 1 from the technical session. And in table 1 in that IR response set out the history for copper. Because there's some confusion around whether copper should be identified as a constituent of potential concern and whether there should be EQC effluent quality criteria derived for copper, Fortune proposes to complete a detailed review for that metal through the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report, and then at that time, effluent quality criteria for total copper could be derived and added to the water license through an amendment process.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, thank you for that clarification. Can Fortune confirm that the same approach would be taken for manganese?
Kate Sinclair for Fortune Minerals. Yes, Fortune can confirm that the same approach would be taken for manganese.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. And then just to confirm, there were certain parameters, specifically chloride, sulfate, antimony, silver, and thallium that were identified in the response to information request number 2 as no longer being identified as constituents of potential concern. Just confirming that Fortune is not proposing to remove those EQC at this time, and that would be brought forward through the reeval and amendment.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. That's correct. The constituents that we identified as potentially no longer being constituents of potential concern through the rescreening that we did in the IR responses from the technical session are not being proposed to be removed now until further reevaluation is completed. Thanks.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, thank you very much for that clarification. In response to information request number 4, Fortune indicated that nickel had not been identified as a parameter of potential concern and withdrew the proposed EQC. Fortune refers to information provided in response to information request number 2 to support this. However, it appears that nickel is missing from Table 2 of Fortune's response. Could Fortune please verify that this is an unintended omission, or is there another reason why nickel was not included in Table 2?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. This was just an unintended omission, and nickel will be reevaluated again alongside the other constituents in that table.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Thanks for that. In terms of the EQC reevaluation report, just a couple of questions on timing. Board staff note that the timeline for submission for the waste minimization report, which is a separate condition of the license, is currently set at 90 days prior to construction. And this document was not included in Fortune's response to information request number 10 regarding submission timelines and sequencing. Fortune has proposed a submission timeline of 6 months prior to construction for the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report. Which the board may then direct Fortune to implement. Board staff are identifying that this appears to be a sequencing timeline discrepancy, as the waste minimization report would be required to inform the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report. Can Fortune confirm that this is the case, and if so, can Fortune provide alternate timing for these submissions?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Just a point of clarification, we assume that the board staff are referring to the best available technology for the effluent treatment facility that would be provided through the waste minimization report, and it's those best available technology concentrations for treatment targets that the board staff are referring to that would be used for the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. It's the results of the bench scale testing, which is to be included in there. We would assume that that would be informing the waste minimization options, which in turn could influence the EQC reevaluation.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. We'd actually like to take that away if possible and think about the sequencing of those two reports carefully and can respond on timelines for submission of the waste minimisation report and the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report.
Board staff.
Ryan Faquet with the board staff. Yeah, we'll just add that to the previous undertaking we mentioned about sequencing and timelines, and we will do our best to be as helpful as possible in that undertaking about which specific submissions, and there'll be a long list, but for sure the two that we were just talking about. Yeah, thank you.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So moving over to sewage, the ammonia, proposed ammonia criteria, effluent quality criteria that Fortune provided. Board staff are noting that with this being proposed as only a maximum average concentration, that there's no upper bound, which would normally be set through a maximum grab concentration. So board staff acknowledged that Fortune was very clear in that elevated concentrations of ammonia are not anticipated, but elevated concentrations could occur in the sewage effluent. And is there any reason why the proposed value of 12 milligrams of nitrogen per liter for total ammonia could not be set as the maximum grab concentration and no maximum average concentration be set?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Fortune have no concerns with setting the 12 milligrams of nitrogen per litre as the maximum grab concentration rather than the maximum average concentration. And as noted by board staff, ammonia is expected to be low in the treated sewage effluent. We don't anticipate concerns with that being achievable for that plant.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So we also noticed that there is a similar situation with the ammonia effluent quality criteria at station SNP 5-2, which also only has a maximum average concentration set. Recognizing that Fortune has not proposed changes to that ammonia effluent quality criteria, we are still wondering if Fortune can confirm if an upper bound could be set in a similar manner.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. As for the sewage treatment plant, Fortune also have no concerns with setting the maximum grab concentration to being 12 milligrams of nitrogen per litre for the discharge from the effluent treatment facility.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Thank you for that response. Moving back to the sewage effluent from the sewage treatment plant. At the technical session, GNWT suggested that the current biological oxygen demand be updated to chemical oxygen demand. Fortune agreed that changing that parameter would be appropriate. Board staff note that the most recent water licenses issued by the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board have updated the biological oxygen demand parameter to carbonaceous biochemical oxygen demand, which is consistent with the federal wastewater system effluent regulations. Although these regulations do not formally apply here in the NWT, the the Land and Water Boards recognize these regulations as best practice and do consider them when setting EQC for sewage effluent. Board staff note that values for chemical oxygen demand may be higher because it measures both biodegradable and non-biodegradable organic matter. So this is a two-part question. Can Fortune 1 confirm they are requesting to change the effluent quality criteria parameter in the sewage treatment plant from biological oxygen demand to chemical oxygen demand? And 2, confirm that existing EQC values, effluent quality criteria values, I apologize, I'm so bad with the abbreviations, previously set for biological oxygen demand are consistently achievable for chemical oxygen demand, if that's the chosen parameter.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. As noted by board staff, Fortune agree in principle that chemical oxygen demand would be appropriate for effluent quality criteria for the sewage treatment plant at SNP 01. However, we haven't yet evaluated whether the existing effluent quality criteria set for biological oxygen demand would be appropriate for chemical oxygen demand. And so we would like to take that away and to think about it. We could either defer that to the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report, or we could take that as an undertaking and provide further recommendations and review as part of a response to an undertaking from the hearing.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, just to acknowledge either is an option. However, board staff just want to clarify that an amendment for a type A water license can take up to a year. And so just in terms of potential delays to the project, if an undertaking were possible, that may avoid a potential delay in terms of amending for sewage, given you need that structure to be discharging sooner.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Yes, we agree. It would be advantageous to have those EQC in place, particularly for construction when the sewage treatment plant will be needed. And the preference would be to provide that information through an undertaking now, rather than through a future water license amendment prior to construction. Thanks.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So just confirming, the undertaking would include determining whether chemical oxygen demand or carbonaceous biochemical oxygen demand would be the preferred parameter, and from there, achievable concentrations would be verified. Is that correct?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Yes, that is correct.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. We will put that undertaking together. Final sewage-related question for today is related to the effluent treatment facility. So Fortune plans to have a combined mine water and sewage effluent discharge from the effluent treatment facility. So this is different from the separate standalone sewage treatment plant. There are currently no effluent quality criteria set for fecal coliforms or oxygen demand in the effluent treatment facility discharge. Would Fortune take an undertaking to propose parameters and effluent quality criteria, or to provide supporting rationale if they do not think these are required? Or would Fortune prefer to address these through the EQC reevaluation?
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Fortune would prefer to consider fecal coliforms as a parameter through the effluent quality criteria reevaluation, if that's acceptable to the board.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Thank you very much for that.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Were there two parameters? I'm sorry, that you mentioned? There was fecal coliform and something else? Catherine?
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, yes. So fecal coliforms and then just whichever, whether it's chemical oxygen demand or
Okay, so,
carbonaceous oxygen demand.
so those two together. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Catherine Harris, board staff. Sorry, I just realized I have one more. Just one other item for consideration, and it's I guess not really being tabled as a question, but more just a reminder that the waste minimization report and the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report would both require approval prior to the design of the effluent treatment facility. So just to consider that in terms of submission timelines and sequencing.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, acknowledged.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. So Fortune has indicated support for developing cultural use criteria for closure, as well as developing cultural use criteria in the AEMP so that these work alongside the Western science. Would Fortune be amenable to having the development of these cultural use criteria reflected in a license condition? Just to clarify, the requirement is to develop them for board approval, not to include the specific criteria. If Fortune is agreeable and based on the information gathered through this public hearing, board staff could propose something in the draft water license for public review.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We have no problem, and we've already committed to doing that. So putting it as a license condition that we need to develop the culture criteria seems logical to me. Thank you.
Board staff. The time is 2:52. We'll take a 15-minute break. Good afternoon. This is a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to proceeding, everybody. We'll get started again here. I'll turn it back over to board staff for their line of questions to Fortune Minerals. So, board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So this question is in regards to the response framework in the erosion and sediment control plan. So at the technical session, board staff had asked Fortune about a potential scenario where the concentration of total suspended solids could increase above the proposed 25 milligrams per liter trigger value at Station 1, as set out in the response framework included in that plan, but could remain below the trigger value at Station 2, which would result in a high action level not being triggered. At the technical session, Fortune indicated they would take an information request to consider revising the wording And board staff note that this information request was unintentionally omitted. And so we are just noting that Fortune has indicated that they are seeking approval of the erosion and sediment control plan at issuance. And board staff are just wondering if Fortune is able to provide any further comment on potential changes to that proposed high action level wording, or be willing to take that as an undertaking.
Fortune Minerals.
Require Fortune Minerals, we're going to have to take that as an undertaking. Thank you.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. I will pass this over to Brenda.
Brenda Van Houwart, board staff. In response to board staff comment 79 on the application, Fortune indicated it will monitor the Marion River flow once the NPAR is built. Can Fortune clarify what additional baseline flow monitoring will be completed and when this will occur, as well as confirm this information will be included in the updated aquatic baseline summary report?
Fortune Minerals.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Fortune Minerals needs to wait for the bridge over the Marion River to be constructed for access to collect flow measurements, but would propose starting that flow measurements in year -1 alongside the aquatic baseline data collection, and then would continue on in subsequent years after that.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwart, board staff. Thank you for that. Also regarding the flow monitoring in the Marion River, can Fortune confirm if this will be established as an SMP station prior to construction, and whether this station would also be incorporated into the AEMP?
Fortune Minerals.
Require Fortune Minerals. The timing of when we set up the flow monitoring in the Marion River would be when we finish building the NICO project access road, and we actually have access to that portion of the river. When there's a bridge, then we could set up a flow monitoring station. It's currently not part of the AEMP program, so it would have to be, I don't know if you call it an SNP station or what you want to call it, but it would be something that we would monitor flows in the Marion River on a regular basis using that station at the bridge. Berkshire Fortune Minerals, it's just been pointed out to me that it actually is part of the water and wastewater management plan. That's where that data would be collected, and it would be reported under that specific plan. Thank you.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. Just, I guess, just for some clarification, normally we don't see reports coming in for specific like a water management plan. It would be captured under the SNP or under the AEMP. So we're just wondering if an SNP station could be included, and if so, if Fortune would be able to provide that information now through an undertaking for consideration.
Fortune Minerals.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Instead of setting up a separate SNP surveillance network program station for flow monitoring, Fortune wonders if an alternative approach of including this as a condition for an annual water license report would be appropriate in the water license.
Catherine Harris, board staff, that's typically the SNP, and the catch is that, yeah, it needs to live somewhere, and it's a water and wastewater management plan, not a water and wastewater management and monitoring plan, and the SNP would usually, like typically would capture that. There are exceptions, but that's why board staff are wondering if it could be set as an SNP station.
Fortune Minerals.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. Fortune Minerals proposes that a draft or an SNP station could be added to the draft water license for review by all parties when that draft is circulated.
Board staff.
Yeah, so we'll note that as an undertaking for that proposed SMP station that has all the typical SMP details in it. Let Fortune take that first crack at it for all parties to consider later on. Thanks.
Brenda Van Halvard, board staff. Board staff note that the surveillance network program currently includes a requirement under Part B, Condition 5, for monthly monitoring of water elevations during open water in Burke Lake. But the surveillance network program does not include a station in Burke Lake. Can Fortune confirm whether it has any concerns with an SMP station being added to the surveillance network program?
Rick Farrer, Fortune Minerals. You're talking about monitoring lake levels in Burke Lake?
Board staff.
Brenda Van Halvard, board staff. Yes, that's correct.
Fortune Minerals.
Fortune Minerals has no problem establishing a lake level monitoring program station in Burke Lake.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So would Fortune be agreeable to including the proposed information for the SNP for Burke along with the, like in the existing undertaking? And if so, board staff just want to clarify that the exact locations for that station are not required. That gets determined later, but it's the frequency, approximate location, sampling parameters.
Berkshire Fortune Minerals, we can confirm that we'll provide the SMP locations for both of those lake level monitoring stations. I'd also like to point out, though, in the technical sessions, we added SNP 20 to Burke Lake to potentially monitor water quality issues related to the emulsion plant. So that, to me, would be the logical place to put your lake level monitor, since you got to go there anyway. That's in Burke Lake. So I would suggest that SNP 20 is the location more likely. That's what we're going to suggest.
Board staff.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, and we'll capture that in the undertaking.
Brenda Van Halbert, board staff. One more question about SMP. The current surveillance network program does not include any stations associated with groundwater monitoring wells. Does Fortune intend to propose surveillance network program stations through a different submission, such as the design and construction plans or the water and wastewater management plans?
Fortune Minerals.
Kate St. Clair, Fortune Minerals. The groundwater monitoring program is currently proposed to be developed and presented as part of an update to the water and wastewater management plan. Fortune proposes as part of that groundwater monitoring program to identify whether wells would be surveillance network program or not. And if they are identified as surveillance network program stations, those could be added to the water license at a later date, given that they would be annexed to the license and wouldn't require an amendment to be included in the surveillance network program.
Board staff.
Brenda Hobart, board staff. Thank you. Yeah, that works.
Brianna Bams, board staff. In previous decisions, the board communicated to parties that it expected additional analysis and documentation would be provided to support a discount rate for net present value during future security reviews. BC guidance has been referenced for selection of a 4% discount rate. From board staff's reading of that BC guidance referenced in GNWT's intervention, there is no explanation of how this rate is reached. Can Fortune provide detailed analysis for how the 4% rate was determined? And board staff suggests this be taken as an undertaking potentially.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm waiting to see if Robin's online. If he's not, I'll have to take it as an undertaking. So I'm just waiting to see here. Okay, he's not here, but I'll have to take it as an undertaking.
Board staff.
Merci, Rihanna BAM Board Staff. Moving on to closure and reclamation. As noted previously with respect to the AEMP design plan, it's board staff's experience that a workshop can be a useful way for all parties to get a better understanding of a submission and provides an opportunity to discuss concerns. The conceptual closure and reclamation plan submitted with the application is not for board approval, and it is expected that submission of the next version will require significantly more information and engagement with parties. Can Fortune indicate if they have an opinion on whether or not holding a workshop prior to submission of the closure and reclamation plan would be beneficial?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Well, same as the AEMP, yes. Any workshop where we get input from all interested parties is of use. So yes, we would think that would be a definite addition to the completion of the interim closure plan. So yeah, most likely, it'll be down the road a bit, but we definitely think that that should happen at some time. Thank you.
Board staff.
Rihanna BAM's board staff. Based on response to information request number 10, Fortune is now proposing the interim CERP be provided 2 years after issuance. However, during the technical session, it was discussed that it could be submitted 12 months before operations. As noted by the Tlicho government during the technical session and in its intervention, the closure and reclamation plan and design plans may need to inform each other. Can Fortune agree to the following for submission of the next closure and reclamation plan? 24 months post-issuance or 1 year before operations, whichever is the sooner of, to address the uncertainty on timing of operations.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I would think 24 months after issuance would probably be the best choice for us at this time. Thank you.
Board staff.
Rihanna BAM's board staff. Moving on to constructed wetland treatment systems. In information request 23, Fortune was asked for rationale regarding selection of the trigger for construction of the constructed wetland treatment system number 4. The response noted that the proposed trigger is for persistent exceedances of effluent quality criteria for discharge to Peanut Lake, and this would provide a quantitative screening criteria. Fortune stated during the technical session they could change this to something, I quote, less drastic as the trigger. So it still isn't clear why effluent quality exceedance was selected as this construction trigger. As identified at the technical session, effluent quality criteria exceedances are considered non-compliances with the license and are considered spills. And as such, persistent effluent quality exceedances are not considered an appropriate construction trigger. Please provide rationale for why a different trigger was not proposed.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Okay, so the scenario here is that we would be looking at water quality in the open pit prior to a point where the levels would require it to be discharged. So then we wouldn't, so we may have water quality exceedances, but they wouldn't be discharged because we'd be measuring it before anytime it would, the water levels would force it to be released naturally. You've also got to remember that before we build the constructed wetland, there are a number of in-pit treatment options that we can consider, we can try to, and it's been done a number of places, where you can add salt or different chemicals to create a chemocline or a thermocline. The thermocline would develop on its own. But there's different products you can add to this water to stabilize the water chemistry and not have to build the wetland. So the response to the question is we would look for the rationale to build the wetland based on the water quality in the pit prior to it discharging to the environment, and then make a decision before that happens. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brianna Bams, board staff. Fortune also proposed housing this trigger in the closure and reclamation plan. Given the closure and reclamation plan submission doesn't have any schedule requirements proposed at this time, given the standard condition, could inclusion of this trigger in the constructed wetland treatment system design reports be a more appropriate location?
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, that'd be satisfactory. Also, I'd like to add that I've got Robin online. If we want to circle back to that other question on securities, we can answer it now. So it's up to you.
Board staff.
Brianna Bams, board staff. Yep, sure, I'll circle back. I'll try and give the short version here. Previously, the board has communicated that it expects additional analysis and documentation to support a discount rate for net present value. There was BC guidance referred to in GNWT's intervention. From board staff's reading of that guidance, there is no explanation of how this rate is reached. Can Fortune provide detailed analysis for how this 4% rate was determined? And this could also still be taken as an undertaking to be on the record.
Fortune Minerals.
Robin Van Hyslop, WSP, supporting Fortune. The guidance that we cited, the BC Reclamation and Closure Guidelines, does not include a breakdown of how the discount rate was derived, as you have pointed to. But it does provide a breakout of the discount rates considered appropriate based on project size. So as the NICO mine is looking at a closure security amount greater than $50,000 or $50 million before any sort of discounting is considered, then as per the BC closure guidelines, we would be bound to the prescribed 4%. For projects with a lower security amount, there's a step function based on the post-closure time for the discount rates prescribed within those guidelines. As we stated before, Northwest Territories does not have any guidelines for how to derive discount rates for the territory. So hence why we're pointing to the BC guidelines. The exact discount rate that's used is certainly something that would be open to looking at, as long as the overall concept of discounting for post-closure monitoring and maintenance for years 21 to 100 remains a consideration before the board.
Board staff.
Brenda Halbert, board staff. From what Fortune indicated this morning, it sounds like the constructed wetland treatment system lab pilot study is completed. And that the next phase would be the on-site pilot studies as a potential iterative process. Should condition 16 then of the license reference the on-site pilot study instead of the small-scale constructed wetland treatment system, and reference to the definition of a small-scale study can be removed from the license. Sorry, I can repeat that question.
Fortune.
Berkshire Fortune Minerals, just to clarify, you're asking that if this condition be removed from the license, the small-scale constructed wetland?
Board staff.
Brenda Van Halbert, board staff. To change the wording, so right now, Fortune said that the lab pilot study has been completed. So condition 16 then should reference the on-site pilot study instead, changing the wording.
Berkshire Fortune Minerals, I agree. The on-site pilot study is how it should read.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Halbert, board staff, and board staff were wondering if the definition of the small-scale pilot study is still applicable, or if Fortune can recommend any revisions to that definition.
Fortune Minerals.
I would recommend that the pilot that reference specifically the on-site pilot studies. We've done the laboratory. It's time to move on to doing pilot studies on site where we can test the environmental variables that wetland would be subject to experiencing and trying to treat water. So it should reference on the on-site pilot. And then I would say I would use on-site just to make sure we're clear. On-site pilot, on-site demonstration scale, and on-site final, right? Just to make sure everybody's clear on what we're talking about. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Halbert, board staff. Would Fortune be amenable to for an undertaking to propose those changes?
Fortune.
Berkshire, no problem. Thank you. Fortune Minerals, no problem.
Board staff.
Thank you for that. Brenda Van Halbert, board staff. So moving on to geochemical criteria. Board staff note a bit of a discrepancy regarding geochemistry criteria. As Fortune has indicated, geochemical criteria would be provided in the geochemical characterization and management plan, but also stated they could be retained in a license conditions. Right now is a license, is in the license. Incorporating these criteria in a management plan allows for criteria to be adapted based on best practices. Does Fortune have any concerns with these criteria being in a management plan?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Yes, that's fine. That's satisfactory. We can put them in the management plan. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Halbert, board staff. Thank you. So next question is about dust management. How does Fortune plan on monitoring dust deposition, and where does Fortune propose to report these results?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm not sure we understood the question. Could you repeat it, please?
Board staff.
Brenda Van Halbert, board staff. How does Fortune plan on monitoring dust deposition, and where Fortune proposes to report these results?
Fortune.
The details concerning the management of dust and the mitigation of dust will be in the dust management plan.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So it's understood that the management and mitigations will be in the required plan. It's just more the monitoring and where that would be housed. It varies among projects. Sometimes it's in the aquatic effects monitoring program as a supporting variable. Sometimes it's a standalone monitoring report. So we're just trying to get an understanding, just given the measure, if you would want it located in a specific reporting mechanism.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We're going to have to take that away as an undertaking. We got to think about that one in terms of where that we want that data to end up being reported. It'll be reported somewhere. We just haven't figured out the best place for it. Thank you.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, thank you for that, and we'll take that and put it into an undertaking.
Brianna Bam, sports staff. In its application, Fortune requested that the geochemical characterization and management plan be removed from the duties of the expert panel. IR 22 asked for further justification. In response, Fortune noted that after initial draft and approval of the geochemical characterization and management plan, there will be no further requirement for the CDF expert panel to review the geochemical characterization and management plan. Please confirm that Fortune is confirming that the review of the geochemical characterization and management plan by the co-disposal facility expert panel is to be retained in its list of duties.
Fortune,
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, yes, that's confirmed.
board staff,
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. A question on submission timelines. In response to an information request during the technical session, Fortune proposed submission timelines for management plans and other submissions required under the license. Board staff note that Fortune proposed to submit different plans, the engagement plan and the spill contingency plan, a minimum of 60 days after the water license issuance. Board staff note that this proposed timeline does not specify a deadline such as no later than or prior to. Can Fortune indicate whether it agrees with changing a minimum to within or no later than?
Fortune,
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, no later than.
board staff,
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff, thank you. One more question about sewage. In response to board staff on a comment during the public review, 111, Fortune indicated that it agreed with keeping the standard condition for sewage disposal facilities. Typically, this refers to lagoons, and it is commonly used in municipal licenses. The condition requires a minimum freeboard of 1 meter in the sewage disposal facility. Board staff asked Fortune whether it had plans to store sewage, and if so, why it proposed that this condition be removed. Fortune agreed that it should be kept in the water license as a contingency. Can Fortune provide more information about this contingency and whether Fortune potentially intends to construct a lagoon?
Fortune,
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Unfortunately, I can't provide any more details on the sewage treatment plant because we're right now getting bids from contractors on various different types of units. We've given them the performance criteria they need to meet, and we're right now getting the specs for those. So we'll have those soon, but I can't confirm that now. But as far as a lagoon goes, no, there's no plan for a lagoon.
board staff,
Ryan Fiquet, board staff. Just to be clear, the reason board staff are asking is because this was not in the most recent application and it came up during the proceeding. So it has not been included in the preliminary screening at this time, i.e. if the board issues this license, that would not be included in the scope. So it's very important to know how likely and whether Fortune would like this included in the scope of the license and the associated conditions that would regulate this facility. Or if it's not on the table, that's fine, but just recognizing an amendment would be needed in the future if so.
Fortune,
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I need to speak to my engineering design team to make absolutely sure of my answer. So all I get is an undertaking just to make sure that I don't need a lagoon. I've never heard of them building a lagoon, but who knows? Maybe they've changed their minds. Let me check on them and get back to you. It'll be quick.
board staff,
Masi will take that as an undertaking.
Brenda Howard, board staff, a question about the license term. Can Fortune reiterate its rationale for requesting a 25 years license term and confirm that the intent of the 25-year term is to get to the end of operations and that a license for renewal would occur for closure of the site?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. We think that a 25-year license is justified simply because if we need to make changes to the license, we have a perfectly good amendment process that works just fine in terms of making changes to an existing water license without having to go through the whole process of a renewal, unless we're looking at something major. But we think that, you know, given the fact that we've got a good amendment process, there should be a license for the mine life. And I agree that actually we should, at closure, we would have to re-examine the whole water license completely anyway. And so reissuance of a water license at closure makes sense to me. So our rationale is pretty basic. You know, unless the project changes substantially, we think a life of mine license makes sense. And yeah, but having another one at closure makes sense as well. Thank you.
Board staff.
Thanks for that, Rick. Cassandra DeFrancis, board staff. In the waste management plan, Fortune committed to including waste acceptance confirmation from proposed community landfills in future versions of the waste management plan. If acceptance of waste at these facilities is not granted for some reason, does Fortune have an alternate proposed method for disposing of the waste that it classified would go to community landfills, for instance, Yellowknife, Whatì, Tlicho?
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. You know, placing inert waste in the CDF has always been an option in terms of just putting it off into a corner somewhere. If we're talking about inert waste, if it can't be hauled to a nearby landfill, obviously we would try to get permission from the closest landfills possible, whether that's Whatì or Yellowknife. You know, if depending on the nature of the waste, it could be trucked to northern Alberta. I mean, there's always alternatives. But we plan on having a pretty aggressive waste triage process so that the stuff that really we can't get, we either can incinerate or put in the CDF or recycle is going to be pretty small. I don't think we're going to need a lot of space at all for this, simply because of the recycling and everything else. So, like I said, there's alternatives. Whatì, you know, Yellowknife. There's always an alternative, or the CDF. I think there's those three alternatives are good alternatives. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Halbert for board staff. Thank you. Now one question about EA measure, environmental assessment measure 12, which requires that mine management consider input from traditional knowledge gathered at the culture camp, the Hislop culture camp. It is unclear how this will be incorporated into the various management plans. How does Fortune plan to use that traditional knowledge information gathered at the camp to improve mine management?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I mean, in terms of how they want the participants want that information to be shared, we'll have to talk to them about it. To be honest, we don't, we haven't given it, that we haven't looked at the very much details in terms of how we would incorporate that material into the management plan. It kind of depends on the information that we get. But we will make an honest attempt to try to incorporate that into management plans as, as appropriate. We'll try to cover as many subject areas as we can as a culture camp in terms of management of water and waste and everything else that might affect people. But to be honest, the minutia of how we're actually going to incorporate it into the management plans, we haven't figured that out yet. That's going to have to come in discussions with the Tlicho government and whoever else participates in the culture camp.
Board staff.
Board staff are done, Mr. Chair.
Message to the board staff for your questions. We'll now move on to board members. And I'll ask board members if they have any questions to Fortune Minerals, starting with Mike Nitziza.
Thank you. My name is Mike Nitziza. I'm from the Whatì, a board member. I don't have any question at this moment. Thank you.
Jocelyn Zhou, WKG Land and Water Board member. I do have one question. Beshko is currently facing low water issues. The community is on conserve water. When backfilling the pit, will you take into consideration of dry, low water years to lessen the impacts to the communities downstream of the mine?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Yes, we will take that into consideration. As I mentioned earlier, if water levels in the Marion River are a problem, we can always draw water from Lou Lake to supplement the infilling of the pit and take less water from the Marion River. So that's something we can do looking at the situation on an as-needed basis. But luckily we have the alternative of using the water because it's already set up. The pump will be there, the pipes will be there. We can use that water from Lou Lake and not have to draw as much from the Marion River if that turns out to be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Rachel Crapo, WKG Land and Water Board member. I have no questions because I was thinking about the water too. Thank you.
Regan Jamaica, WKZ Land and Water Board member. I got no questions.
Mason Matla, chair. I don't have any questions either. Masicho, for your presentation. We'll now be moving on to our intervener presentations, starting with GNWT ECC. So I'll turn it over to GNWT for the presentation. Must see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Walburn, GNWT. I think the board are going to pull up the presentation here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Walburn, GNWT. I apologize in advance for the technical presentation at this late hour, but we'll try to get through it together. As I mentioned, my name is Rick Walburn. I'm the Director of Regulatory and Permitting with GNWT Department of Environment and Climate Change. I previously introduced our team and legal counsel during opening comments, so I won't repeat those. I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to present our recommendations related to this water license renewal. We will clarify any updates throughout the presentation where applicable, as well as in our closing arguments submitted later in the proceeding. Please note that I may paraphrase some recommendations in the interest of time, so please refer to the slides or our intervention for the complete and official text. Our presentation today will briefly outline GNWT's concerns and recommendations to the board, including the following topics: baseline data, aquatic effects monitoring, copper, mine rock management, and security. Mr. Chair, our first topic is regarding surface water baseline data. The GNWT notes that the baseline water quality data for Burke Lake, Reference Lake, and the Marion River were last collected in 2017, while baseline data for NICO and Peanut Lakes were last collected in 2010. This makes the existing baseline data set between 9 and 16 years old. During the technical session, Fortune committed to implementing the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program, or AEMP, Water Quality Program in year -1 to update the characterization of baseline conditions. Year -1 refers to the baseline monitoring year immediately before the start of project activities, such as construction or pre-construction. While GNWT supports and agrees with Fortune doing so, without assessing the newly collected year -1 data in relation to the historical contact or data set, it's not possible to determine whether historical baseline conditions remain representative of current water quality. It's also unclear whether a single sampling year is sufficient to make that determination. A comparison between historical data and year -1 results is required to evaluate whether additional baseline sampling is necessary to adequately characterize present-day conditions and natural variability. Following analysis and comparison of new data with historical data, the GNWT recommends that if the results fall outside historical ranges, or if analysis indicate long-term directional changes, or if their variability cannot be attributed to natural processes, that at least one additional year of sampling be required to ensure adequate characterization of current conditions and natural variability. The GNWT notes that the board may opt to require Fortune to implement the supplemental baseline program in year -2 to mitigate against project delays should the collection of additional baseline data be warranted. So, Mr. Chair, our first recommendation is as follows. The GNWT recommends that the Fortune conduct analysis to verify that year -1 water quality results are representative of baseline. If findings show values outside historical ranges, we recommend requiring at least one additional year of baseline. This should be included in the baseline monitoring report submitted 6 months prior to construction. Fortune has stated in their responses to interventions that they generally agree with the need to complete analysis to confirm that year -1 data falls within the range of historical data. Continuing on the topic of baseline data, the GNWT notes that groundwater quality monitoring at the NICO site was not provided in the application or in the baseline monitoring report. In the developer's assessment report, groundwater quality data collected since 2004 includes locations near key project infrastructure and down gradient of the co-disposal facility, or the CDF. Although the period of record for the data is inconsistent, with some wells only sampled once or incorrectly installed. These limitations reduce confidence in the ability of the groundwater baseline data set to characterize interannual variability. The GNWT recommends that Fortune explicitly include all existing groundwater baseline data in the updated baseline report, and that report be submitted 6 months prior to initiating construction at site. If more recent groundwater data has been collected since 2010, particularly down gradient of the CDF, it is recommended that data be included as well. Similar to our recommendation on surface water, if year -1 data, groundwater data, falls outside the historic range, at least one additional year of baseline sampling should be required. Mr. Chair, this brings me to our second recommendation, that Fortune include all available groundwater baseline data in an updated baseline report to be submitted 6 months prior to construction. If year -1 data falls outside of historical ranges or shows directional trends or unexplained variability, we recommend at least one additional year. Our next recommendation with respect to baseline conditions and data is regarding artesian conditions within the CDF footprint. While conditions are documented within the CDF footprint, there does not appear to be a description of vertical hydraulic gradients, nor is there an interpretation of how these conditions may influence activities within the footprint. This would include consideration for uncertainty in predictions of water balances and modeling, dewatering requirements, and identifying potential seepage pathways. The GNWT recommends that the forthcoming groundwater monitoring plan include further assessment and consideration of artesian conditions in the CDF footprint and describe how these have been accounted for or incorporated into modeling for the site, such as assessment of vertical hydraulic gradients. Further, it is recommended that the groundwater management plan include and maintain new wells down gradient of the proposed CDF to ensure that seepage monitoring will be sufficient to intercept groundwater pathways, detect changes relative to baseline, and support adaptive management. So GNWT recommends that the forthcoming groundwater plan assess these artesian conditions within the CDF footprint, including vertical hydraulic gradients, to be incorporated into modeling. This plan should also include new down gradient monitoring wells for the reasons outlined previously. And we note that Fortune, in response to interventions, have agreed to include monitoring wells, including but not limited to down gradient of the CDF. And these will be included in the water and wastewater management plan. Mr. Chair, I would now like to move on to our recommendations under the topic of aquatic effects monitoring, specifically in NICO Lake. Following the technical session, Fortune provided an updated map, surveillance network program, and AEMP stations. The GNWT acknowledges the addition of station NL-IF and appreciates Fortune's commitment to monitoring up-gradient water quality to support early identification of unanticipated effects. However, the GNWT notes that no nearshore water quality monitoring stations are proposed for NICO Lake, despite the proximity of key water management infrastructure to the water body. During the technical session, Fortune indicated that they intend to establish groundwater monitoring, and I quote, specifically to monitor for any seepage coming out of the co-disposal facility, end quote. And that overland flow monitoring is not required, as surface runoff would be collected and managed. Fortune noted that it is not typical that SMP stations established for surface runoff when it will be collected. This approach assumes all overland flow will be fully captured and that the future groundwater monitoring program will reliably detect all seepage pathways. These assumptions do not account for the fact that water management structures and systems are imperfect and may not perform as expected under all conditions. Monitoring should be designed not only to detect project-related effects, but also to verify that containment and diversion systems are functioning as intended. The conceptual closure plan identifies the northwestern embayment of NICO Lake as the receiving environment for emergency spillways from seepage collection ponds 1 and 3. This location is also where shallow subsurface inflows would most likely appear if liner performance is compromised or if groundwater flow paths are different than anticipated. A dedicated near-shore monitoring station in this embayment would strengthen the ability of the AEMP to detect project-related changes, provide early warning indicators, allow verification of water management system performance, and support improved understanding of any effects associated with the emergency spillway discharge. As such, GNWT recommends that a nearshore water quality monitoring station in the northwestern embayment of NICO Lake be included in the AEMP. Mr. Chair, continuing with the topic of aquatic effects monitoring, I would now like to discuss the frequency of sampling for AEMP water quality stations. Fortune has indicated in the conceptual design plan that lake outlet stations will only be sampled once per year during spring freshet. GNWT notes that lake outlet stations are critical for characterizing background conditions. Water quality at lake outlets is influenced by seasonal hydrology, and sampling only during freshet provides information for a single hydrological period and does not capture potential changes that may emerge during low flow conditions when less dilution is available. To address this, GNWT recommends that all AEMP water quality stations, including lake outlets, be sampled at consistent seasonal frequencies to ensure that mine-related impacts can be detected promptly and that source tracing and impact attribution can be completed effectively. Mr. Chair, continuing on the topic of aquatic effects monitoring, GNWT notes that NICO Lake is excluded from the proposed response framework. Fortune has stated that it is excluded because treated effluent discharges directly to Peanut Lake. Fortune further indicates that should monitoring results from NICO Lake suggest mine-related effects, Fortune would implement adaptive management outside the formal response framework. Excluding NICO Lake from the formal response framework is inconsistent with the intent of the AEMP by removing predefined, transparent, and enforceable triggers for management action for that water body. Managing potential mine-related effects outside the response framework introduces uncertainty, reduces regulatory clarity, and may delay timely and effective responses to changes in water quality. As such, GNWT recommends incorporating NICO Lake into the AEMP response framework. Mr. Chair, in the AEMP conceptual design plan, Fortune applies precautionary early warning thresholds for the water is safe to drink category by setting tiered action levels at 50% and 70% of the drinking water and the wildlife health guidelines for various lakes. However, comparable early warning thresholds are not applied under the habitat to support fish populations category, despite Fortune's acknowledgement that mine-related effects are expected to manifest initially through changes in water quality. Fortune has indicated that effluent discharge and air emissions represent the primary pathways of potential effects. This concept is further illustrated in the AEMP model of biological interactions for Peanut, Burke, and reference lakes. Given this pathway, the absence of water quality-based action levels under the Habitat to Support Fish Populations category represents an inconsistency in the framework. Further to this point, the current Habitat to Support Fish Populations category emphasizes benthic invertebrates and fish health indicators that are monitored only every 3 years, which may delay detection of impacts. This limitation applies in particular to Peanut Lake, where fish populations are insufficient for fish monitoring, meaning impact detection would rely almost entirely on benthic invertebrates. In addition, the framework relies on broad biological endpoints without clear links to specific water quality variables, making it difficult to diagnose causes of observed effects. Incorporating water quality-based action levels would address these shortcomings while recognizing the need for site-specific considerations due to the potential for naturally elevated metal concentrations. Applying CCME guidelines alongside well-characterized background concentrations would align the framework with key mine-related exposure pathways and establish precautionary, parameter-specific early warning thresholds. Overall, it would improve consistency across AEMP categories and strengthen early detection and management effectiveness, particularly in systems like Peanut Lake with limited fish monitoring. Mr. Chair, the GNWT recommends incorporating tiered water quality action levels informed by guidelines and site-specific background concentrations into the Habitat to Support Fish Populations category. Mr. Chair, Fortune proposes to conduct a plankton community study during the first 3 years of operation. And the GNWT agrees that this will expand the overall understanding of early operations. However, this study lies outside the AEMP response framework. Excluding plankton indicators from the framework prevents these data from informing action levels and responses. As a result, emerging shifts in lower trophic levels may be documented, but not trigger timely investigation, analysis, or mitigation. To address this concern, as stated on slide 13, GNWT recommends expanding the planned 3-year plankton community study to cover the full life of mine and formally integrating it into the AEMP response framework. The GNWT notes that in Fortune's response to interventions, they have stated that should the 3-year special study indicate that plankton monitoring will contribute valuable information to the AEMP, then the addition of plankton as a core AEMP component would be considered. Mr. Chair, our last recommendation on the topic of aquatic effects monitoring is regarding lethal fish sampling. The Habitat to Support Fish Populations category of the proposed framework relies in part on lethal fish sampling conducted every 3 years for 9-spine stickleback and lake whitefish in Burke Lake. These lethal surveys introduce additional mortality to fish populations that may already be experiencing mine-related stressors. Repeated lethal fish sampling has the potential to influence key effect indicators, such as total body weighted age and total body weighed at length. As a result, GNWT would like to highlight that the monitoring program itself has the potential to confound impact detection and contribute cumulatively to population level effects. In the absence of information quantifying any sampling related influences to population density and their implications, it is not possible to assess whether repeated lethal sampling in combination with potential mine related effects could impair or prevent the study from identifying impacts to Burke Lake fish population. GNWT recommends that Fortune, within the AEMP, quantify expected fish removals during each lethal sampling event and assess the cumulative effects of repeated lethal sampling alongside potential mine-related stressors on Burke Lake fish populations. GNWT notes that Fortune, in their response to interventions, committed to including additional sample size information in the next AEMP design, and noted that some sample size information is included within the current AEMP design plan. Mr. Chair, I would now like to switch topics to discuss copper. In Fortune's response to IR1 from the technical session, modeled predictions for copper in NICO and Peanut Lake are higher than water quality guidelines in base case modeling. These results indicate repeated and sustained exceedances of applicable water quality guidelines. Despite these exceedances, Fortune's response to IRs are inconsistent with respect to the status of copper as a constituent of potential concern, or COPC. In response to IR2, Fortune stated that copper was identified as a COPC in both historical and updated screenings, but it was not retained as a COPC by the board, noting the rationale is unclear and that reassessment may be warranted. Under the COPC column in the same IR response table, Fortune indicates that copper will be added to the COPC list. However, in response to IR4, Fortune states that copper has not been identified as a COPC for the project. These statements are contradictory and create uncertainty regarding the regulatory treatment of copper. The GNWT note that the board's June 17th, 2014 reasons for decision addressed copper explicitly. At that time, the board noted that the CCME guideline for the protection of aquatic life for copper was exceeded by maximum measured concentrations in NICO, Peanut, and Burke Lakes, and therefore accepted Fortune's proposed water quality objective. The board accepted this based on the evidence available at that time and the application of US EPA methodology. Since that decision, the CCME has developed a guideline for dissolved copper using a similar Canadian model. Using site-specific input values from Fortune's IRs for Peanut Lake, such as pH, temperature, and hardness, the guideline produces a dissolved copper limit that is an order of magnitude lower than the previously board-accepted water quality objective. Fortune's modeling results predict that both total and dissolved copper concentrations will exceed this guideline in Peanut and NICO lakes during multiple project phases. The GNWT recommends that copper should be considered a COPC, noting its predicted exceedance of guidelines, its historical presence, and potential to affect aquatic life. The GNWT notes that development of a new water quality objective may be appropriate for the project, given that the previous objective is no longer defensible. Any revised objective must be developed using approved approaches applicable to Canada, as put forward by Environment and Climate Change Canada or by CCME. Once this is established, an EQC for copper should be determined to ensure consistency, transparency, and protection of aquatic life. Mr. Chair, this brings us to our 10th recommendation, that copper be designated as a COPC for the project, and Fortune develop an updated SSWQO followed by an effluent quality criteria. Mr. Chair, moving on to mine rock management. Fortune reported in their mine rock management plan that concentrations of several metals occasionally exceeded water quality objectives in short-term leach tests for type 1 mine rock. Given that this rock will be used for construction, initial releases of or pulses of metals are reasonably possible. Fortune acknowledged that several metals could be present in leachate during the life of the project. There is the potential for leachate from tailings and mine rock within the co-disposal facility to seep through the co-disposed materials and report as seepage. Fortune does not explicitly describe how management of seepage has been planned for during the construction phase of the project, given that inputs of elevated metals to seepage is possible. Therefore, the GNWT recommends that the forthcoming geochemical plan specifically include processes for how Fortune will monitor and manage exceedances of water quality objectives for several metals during construction. GNWT acknowledges that in Fortune's response, it appeared this information would be forthcoming in the aforementioned geochemistry plan. Mr. Chair, continuing on the topic of mine rock management, the mine rock management plan includes results for long-term kinetic testing via humidity cell tests. One kinetic test generated acidic leachate immediately, and another test resulted in a recurring pH of less than 6 during long-term leaching. Given the limited number of tests, it is unclear whether the results are representative of the acid generation potential as mine rock neutralizing potential is consumed. Mr. Chair, this brings us to recommendation number 12, which is that the forthcoming geochem plan specifically include processes for how Fortune will monitor and manage initial exceedances of SSWQOs for several metals during the construction phase, given that type 1 rock will be used for construction and is prone to neutral pH metal leaching. Again, the GNWT would like to recognize that Fortune has stated in their response that depletion times will be calculated and included in the geochemistry plan. Mr. Chair, we would now like to move on to our final approach. This includes a 4% discount rate, which is applied in post-closure year 20. Of importance to note is that discounting has been applied to estimated current day costs, which may have not been inflated to reflect a future cost resulting from ongoing inflation over time. GNWT does not take issue with the application of discounting to long-term costs to account for the accrual of interest over time. However, discounting based on the current cost, that is $26, rather than projected future costs, that being the inflated cost in a future year, will result in an undervaluation of needed security. By using current cost, the accrued interest on the discounted value is likely to be insufficient to cover any increase in the cost that occurs over time due to inflation. And this could result in the site being undersecured in future years. This brings us to our 13th recommendation, which is that should the board consider an estimate with an MPV approach applied, any discounting is applied to the estimate of future costs as calculated using current costs inflated to future years. Mr. Chair, continuing with security, We would now like to address inflation and discount rates. GNWT notes that there is uncertainty associated with future inflation and discount rates. The source used in determining the inflation or discount rate can result in a different security amount based solely on professional opinion. Historical annual inflation for Yellowknife has ranged from less than 0 up to 7% over the previous 30 years. Further, selection of a discount rate relies on assumptions of future events and inputs and projections that are variable and may not prove correct. During discussions with GNWT, Fortune noted they have applied a 4% discount rate based on guidance for British Columbia. However, the basis of that discount rate is not described in BC's major mine reclamation liability cost estimate guidance. In practice in BC, discounting is considered discount rates, inflation, and the financial health of the mine owner. Applying an artificial projected inflation and or discount rate to a security estimate creates the risk of either under or over securing a site. Given the uncertainties around projected inflation and discounting, a recommended approach is to assume both rates are the same or similar, such that they cancel out and therefore need not be applied in an estimate. This brings us to our next recommendation, that in lieu of the proposed NPV approach for calculating security estimate, the board adopt a future projected inflation and discount rate that are the same and cancel each other out. Mr. Chair, still on security, estimates provided by GNWT and Fortune are reliant on various assumptions that have associated uncertainty for items such as the closure approach and the closure design regarding water management and treatment. Also, there are many other items and details regarding the project that are not yet fully developed or known at this time. Fortune's closure plan remains at a conceptual level, with the final preferred approach to reclamation not yet finalized. As the project advances and additional details are developed, the security estimate should be updated. Should an approach to closure or water management require a new approach, this should necessitate a review and possible update of the reclamation security to reflect any changes. Mr. Chair, it is for these reasons that the GNWT recommends that regular security reviews occur, and that if proposed approaches to closure or water management are found to be inadequate, there's a need for an alternative closure or management approach. An update to the closure plan and security estimates should be triggered. Mr. Chair, Fortune's security estimate includes a cost allowance allocated to the expert panel for the constructed wetland treatment system, or CWTS, to complete reviews and site visits. During discussions between GNWT and Fortune supported the proposed allowance by indicating most cost would be incurred before any full construction, and therefore the potential liability is limited. However, GNWT notes that security should represent the maximum potential liability that may occur at any time in the future. Fortune has indicated that on-site pilot and demonstration scale tests will occur sometime during early to mid-mine life, with full-scale construction expected later. In the event of a default sometime during early to mid-mine life, there's a possibility that engagement would not have been completed. Construction may not have begun, and the pilot or demonstration scale test may still be ongoing or yet to be initiated. This would lead the GNWT to cover these costs and requirements. To address this, the GNWT's updated security estimate includes a higher proposed cost allowance to cover engagement for an early to mid mine life closure scenario. Only when this work is completed would there no longer be a need to secure these activities in the estimate. Well, Mr. Chair, the GNWT recommends that security for the expert panel be set at the proposed amount within GNWT's updated security estimate. I would now like to briefly discuss GNWT's recommendation regarding triggers for security phasing and proposed milestones, noting that Fortune did accept this recommendation in their responses. Fortune's security estimate includes phasing of security amounts based on 3 proposed milestones: initial construction, mining start and CDF construction, and CDF expansion. GNWT found the specific triggers for each milestone to be somewhat unclear, and noted that the trigger should be defined with reference to water license definitions where available. Should any single trigger item occur, then security for the next project stage should also be initiated. For example, if mining of ore was started but CDF construction has not begun, phase 2 security would be initiated. Following discussions between GNWT and Fortune, it's understood that the specific initial height for the first lift of the CDF is not certain at this time. Therefore, expansion above the first lift, rather than above a specific elevation, is recommended as the trigger for phase 3. And a total footprint trigger has also been included with phase 3 for greater clarity. This brings us to our next recommendation, again, which Fortune was agreeable to regarding phasing, which states that the GNWT recommends that milestones include the following triggers to define when a security phase is initiated. So phase 1 prior to construction, phase 2 prior to open pit mining or extraction mining of the underground mine or placement of tailings and CDF construction. And then the final phase would be prior to CDF expansion above the first lift of tailings and mine rock, or beyond a total footprint, which we've included here in our recommendation, of the perimeter dikes and top surface, whichever occurs first. Mr. Chair, in the interest of time and noting that Fortune was agreeable to the following recommendations, I'll provide only a brief rationale. GNWT's security estimate splits the land and water liability for each phase based on capital costs specific to each phase. This approach is considered to better reflect the actual split of land and water liabilities at the time of each project phase, in comparison to Fortune's estimate, which split the cost as a sum of all phases. Therefore, GNWT has recommended, and Fortune has stated they are agreeable to, the split of land and water liability for each phase based on capital cost proportions of land to water liability. Mr. Chair, our last recommendation regarding the phase security for the project, the dollar values are noted on slide 31 and in our intervention. But as you can see, total security increases from approximately 51 million in phase 1 to approximately 110 million in phase 3. And in the interest of time, I won't read the full recommendation aloud, but I will refer you to the slide and intervention as I note it. Mr. Chair, that includes our presentation at this time. We appreciate the opportunity to present and happy to answer any questions. Merci.
Mr. Joe Fortune, Mr. Joe GNWT. I'll turn it over to Fortune Minerals for their questions.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune Minerals. I have 3 points of clarification and questions on the GNWT presentation, if that's okay. Okay, the first one is for the additional minimum year, 1 year for baseline monitoring. We discussed this earlier with ECCC, and Fortune noted that it would be possible to continue to collect baseline data in Peanut Lake during construction, so starting in year -1 and then continuing through year 0 would provide additional baseline data because the discharge from the effluent treatment facility won't have started at that point. So if there are, if the statistical analyses done through the baseline report show that there are insufficient baseline data from year -1, it would be possible to continue that through year 0. So the question is that an acceptable resolution to that concern from GWNT?
Hello, Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. We appreciate the response. We would like to ask that, are there any anticipated changes in water quality? Sorry, just a moment. Okay. What does your EA say about the effects during baseline and construction?
Fortune.
The model, Kate Sinclair for Fortune. The model predictions through the EA process showed negligible impacts on receiving environments because through construction, because there's no discharge over that time into Peanut Lake. Thanks.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Thank you. So while we understand there won't be any effluent that is being discharged to the lake, there are still concerns with regards to total suspended solids reaching the lakes and the differentiation between it being construction and not baseline. So
Sorry. You cut out for a minute there. Maybe just gonna repeat yourself.
Okay, Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. Thank you for the response. Our concern is not just the discharge of effluent to Peanut Lake, but also other issues surrounding construction, like increased total suspended solids reaching the lake during this period of time. And so we recognize that the effect, your power analysis would vary because you would have greater variability in water quality in Peanut Lake during construction compared to baseline. And so we have concerns that your power analysis would decrease with increased variability and not being able to differentiate the impact of the mine as well.
Fortune Minerals.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune. We don't see a pathway to increases in total suspended solids in receiving environments during construction, other than potentially dust generation, but there is a dust monitoring and mitigation plan in place, so Fortune will be able to identify if there have been notable increases in dust during construction. But other than that, any water produced in the construction areas at site will be contained on site and won't be released into the receiving environments.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. We appreciate the management efforts. However, we do understand that they're not always 100% effective. And so still maintain that we have concerns with baseline data being collected outside of baseline and during construction.
Fortune.
Kate Sinclair, Fortune Minerals. Fortune notes the concerns from GNWT ECC and doesn't have anything further to add.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. For the security bonding, I think, we're still arguing about a few details, but for the most part, we've reached consensus on the dollar amount overall for the project in terms of the security bonding that needs to be in place in case the Fortune Minerals forfeits on its obligations to foreclosure. So would you be in agreement that we're pretty close to reaching to achieving our final goal in terms of the totals that we've agreed to?
GNWT.
Lee Ross, GNWT. Yeah, I would agree that we've worked together pretty closely and definitely are close and in agreement on a number of things.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. So I'd just like to add to that in terms of the discussion we had earlier on financial responsibility, I feel that, the security estimates that we've agreed to with the GNWT cover any potential liability that we might have concerning the property. And that is our financial responsibility. We make the payments in order to cover our reclamation obligations. If we can't make the reclamation obligations and we forfeit, and that money is there to cover any liabilities that we might have, and we're covering it early in the project. The last payment is made just when the first lift of the CDF is made. There's a lot more mining to do after that, and the money will already be in place for full reclamation. So in terms of our financial responsibility and obligations, I think that making those closure payments is the way that we demonstrate that we can cover the project. Thank you.
Does Fortune have any further questions for Government of Northwest Territories? And just a friendly reminder, the question period is now a time to restate parties' perspectives. Marcy.
Kate Sinclair for Fortune Minerals. We noted that the GNWT had a concern with the frequency of sampling at lake outlets under the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program. And we did want to note that the lake outlets for NICO Lake and Peanut Lake are required to be sampled 4 times per year, once per season, under the Surveillance Network Program. And so there might be times if the Surveillance Network Program sample was being collected at the same time as the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program sample, that to avoid duplication, the Surveillance Network Program sample would be used in place of the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program sample. But all of those seasonal sampling results will be available to support the AEMP. And so we wanted to, the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program. And so we wanted to clarify if that additional sampling under the Surveillance Network Program helps alleviate concerns from the GNWT for sampling of lake outlets.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. So could you clarify that the SNP data could be used to support the AEMP to ensure management was taking place based on the data that was being collected as part of the SNP program?
Kate Sinclair, Fortune Minerals. Yes, that's correct. So the seasonal sampling events from the outlets of NICO Lake and Peanut Lake could be used to support the interpretation of the results under the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program and further management as required.
GNWT.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. And could you help clarify where the benchmarks must be met? In your earlier response, you mentioned the SNP stations 13, 14, and 15, which are in the mixing zone. So is that the compliance point within those three, or is it at SNP station 17 at the outlet?
Could you just give the board 1 minute? I would like to ask GNWT from refraining from asking questions of Fortune. This is a question period for GNWT. Fortune.
We're done. Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, we're done. Thank you.
Okay, Masicho. We'll move on to Tlicho government.
Masi, Mr. Chair, Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho government. I have two topics to ask about. The first is about Fortune Mine's co-disposal facility. That's the one that will hold tailings and waste rock. And this facility needs to be built to the design and operated responsibly for the life of the mine. The GNWT will have the responsibility to inspect the site, including that tailings and waste rock facility. And good inspections will be an important part of environmental protection. Can the GNWT describe, in general, its approach to inspecting a higher risk engineered structure like the waste rock and tailings facility at the NICO mine?
GNWT.
Nahum Lee, ECC, GNWT. I'm a water resource officer and inspector with the North Slave Regional Office of Land and Water. A site like Fortune would be treated much similar to the diamond mines in frequency of inspection. We would generally inspect no less than 12 times a year. Our risk assessment for a water license is three inspections per year, and for a land use permit is six. That would total 9, but we bump that up generally to once a month. Once a site is constructed and operating. During construction, that frequency might double. We might end up there once every 2 weeks to inspect when construction is ramping up, or if there's construction of a particular facility of interest. And generally, our inspections are informed by the required geotechnical inspections that are required under the license. We would be reading through those and trying to coordinate with the engineer of design for the co-disposal facility, in this case, to inspect while they were on site or while they were on site inspecting the facility, so that we can inform ourselves about the construction and yeah, sorry.
Tlicho government.
Masi, that's helpful. So can you confirm that GNWT's inspection program will include inspection of the geochemical and geotechnical aspects of the waste rock and tailings facility? Or does it just rely on the geotechnical inspection hired by the company?
GNWT.
Nahum Lee, GNWT ECC. Our boots on the ground inspections generally rely on information provided by the proponent that's required under the water license. Sorry, I'm realizing I should slow down. If we have questions or concerns, we inspectors from the regional office will generally rely on our technical expertise in the headquarters office to discuss and inform ourselves.
Tlicho government.
Masi, Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho government. So then can you confirm that that technical expertise that you rely on in headquarters includes geotechnical and geochemical expertise?
GNWT.
Nahum Lee, GNWT ECC. We often rely on our geoscience office for that expertise. Yes, I can confirm.
Tlicho government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho government. Thank you for those responses. My second and last topic deals with the security deposit. The Tlicho government said in the intervention how important a good security deposit is to cover closure costs and confirm financial responsibility. Fortune proposes that some long-term closure costs can be lowered because the security deposit can earn interest over several years. So this only makes sense if the GNWT will be investing that part of the security deposit. So if discounting is allowed, can GNWT confirm it can and will invest any part of the security deposit that is discounted?
GNWT.
Rick Waldron, GNWT. Thanks, Patty. So I'll give you an answer as best I can, but so as most of you are aware, while the board sets security, the form of that security is at the discretion of the Minister of GNWT ECC under that legislation. So we would be unable to confirm the form of security to be provided and accepted at this time because that discretion lies with the minister. However, as you mentioned, a form of security is obviously a consideration if you're looking at the net present value because it would be based on cash accumulating interest. So I would say, you know, MPV would consider the funds, would have the ability to grow, so that could very well impact the form that would be considered by the minister. So that would be one of the factors when the security is determined and we're negotiating or discussing form with the proponent. If there is an MPV component, that may result in the minister requiring a portion of cash as opposed to a letter of credit or a surety bond to enable that interest to accrue. So I can't predetermine on behalf of the minister that that will be the case, but I can say that it will be a consideration depending on how the security is set up. That's about as much as I can say at this point, but if you have any further questions.
Tlicho government.
Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho government. So yes, I understand that if the money is going to be invested, that the form would need to be cash, and that the minister has not made that decision for this renewed water license. My question is, assuming if that decision were made and that part of the security deposit was posted with cash, does GNWT have the ability, and would it invest that money?
GNWT.
Rick Walburn, GNWT. Thanks, Patty. I can speak more hypothetically than specifically to a project. So yes, in some other instances, there has been MPV applied to a security estimate for a water license, and that in those cases, the GNWT has, or the minister has determined that the form must be cash, and for that reason, that a portion or all of that is invested to accrue interest to cover that net present value requirement to ensure that security is sufficient in future to cover those costs. So again, I can't make a predetermination on this case, but there is a mechanism by which the GNWT can do that.
Tlicho government.
Dawdi, that's all for Tlicho government. Masi.
Mostly show Tlicho government. We'll move on to YKDFN. YKDFN, do you have any questions for GNWT?
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Thank you very much for the presentation, GNWT ECC. We have no questions for you at this time.
Mostly show YKDFN. Move on to NSMA. Is there anybody online that would like to ask questions to GNWT?
Hello, this is Monica Walker, North Slave Métis Alliance. I do not have any questions at this moment.
Masicho, NSMA. Moving on to DFO. Do you have any questions for GNWT?
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. Thank you for your presentation, and I have no questions. Thank you.
Masicho. We're moving on to ECCC. Do you have any questions for GNWT?
Russell Wykes with Environment and Climate Change Canada. We do not have any questions for GNWT ECC at this time.
Masicho. Moving on to members of the public. We'll start with in person. Does anybody have questions for GNWT ECC? I don't see anybody. I don't see any show of hands for a question. We'll move on to online. Is any members of the public online have any questions for GNWT ECC? No, there are no questions online, so we'll move on to board staff and legal counsel.
Rihanna Bams, board staff. GNWT has indicated it is the minister's jurisdiction and not the board's to determine the form of security to be posted. As net present value can only be used with certain forms of security, if the board were to determine that net present value could be used for some part of the security estimate, would GNWT consider that determination to be outside of the board's jurisdiction?
GNWT.
Rick Walburn, GNWT, if you'd just give us 1 second. Rick Walburn, GNWT, if we could take that as an undertaking, just like to confirm back at headquarters. Thanks.
Board staff.
Board staff, Brianna Bams. Has GNWT ever invested any money held as security?
GNWT.
GNWT, Lee Ross, yes.
Board staff.
GNWT board staff. In its intervention, GNWT recommended that instead of using net present value, the board adopt a future projected inflation and discount rate that are the same and cancel each other out. Is GNWT suggesting that these rates be reflected somewhere in the license, or are they proposing this to simply be a determination that the board makes in the future?
GNWT.
GNWT, Lee Ross. We were suggesting that just in the terms of the security estimate.
Board staff.
Brianna Bams, board staff. The board previously communicated to parties it expected that they would provide additional analysis and documentation to support a discount rate for any use of net present value during future security reviews. Does the GNWT have any documentation, or has it conducted any analysis on whether the proposed 4% discount rate is appropriate?
GNWT.
Lee Ross, GNWT. Thank you for that question. I didn't catch it all, but I believe the basis of the question is, have we done any research on the background of the 4%, which was provided in Fortune's estimate? We looked into it in so much that we looked into the BC guidance. We also referenced a few things in our intervention where we looked into other BC work by Bill Price. And we did not find a basis for that 4%, hence why in our presentation we mentioned that there was no basis for the BC number. That's the extent of our background work on that.
Board staff.
Brianna Bams, board staff. In its intervention, GNWT recommended that regular security reviews occur. There are a number of standard license conditions, including update closure cost estimate, where upon the request of the board, the licensee shall submit an updated closure cost estimate. There's also the security adjustment request standard condition with updated closure reclamation plans, closure and reclamation completion reports, and performance assessment reports, as well as regular reclaim updates anticipated throughout the life of project. Is GNWT of the view that these mechanisms would be sufficient to address this recommendation, or is GNWT suggesting additional mechanisms are needed?
GNWT.
GNWT, Lee Ross. We think the standard condition would address that comment or that recommendation. Thank you.
Board staff.
I believe that's it from board staff. Massey.
All right, Massey Joe, board staff. The board members do not have any questions for GNWT. I'd like to thank you for your presentation, Massey Joe. The time is now 5:18. We will recess the hearing until 9 a.m. tomorrow. I invite everyone to join us anytime after 8:30 to enjoy coffee and tea and get comfortable. And we will invite everyone to join us for dinner and door prizes at 5:30. Massey Joe.